squished her.
Oh, it's really?
This is a public hearing of the Judson Board of Trustees. It is hereby called to order at 6 p.m. I'm very pleased that you've taken time to join us this evening. I extend a sincere welcome from the entire school board, and thank you for your interest in Judson. We'll establish a quorum, so if you can go ahead and mark yourself present. Okay, we have a quorum. And Dr. Fields?
Yes, sir. Senate Bill 218 requires that the district present to the Board of Trustees our financial integrity report each year. It's an annual report that needs to be presented, and we'll have Ms. Davis go through a few brief slides and then open it up to any questions you guys may have. Ms. Davis?
Good afternoon, members of the board, Mr. Board President, and Dr. Fields. This evening, we are sharing the public presentation for our School First report, our Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas. This was enacted with Senate Bill 218 of the 77th Legislature, implementing that we are able to share our ratings that we receive from TEA, which are related to the annual financial report, which will later share this evening the financial report for the fiscal year ending in 2023. I'd like to note that what I'm sharing with you tonight in this public hearing is for fiscal year ending in 2022. So the first report is about a year late, just as we present the next annual financial report. School districts are required to hold a public meeting, which we are doing here this evening, and we are assigned, every district is assigned an accountability rating of either superior achievement, above standard, meet standard, or substandard achievement. We are happy to report that Judson ISD earned superior achievement for the fiscal year ending in 2022. The way that districts are rated has to do with 20 criteria. I'm going to review those with you today very briefly. There are some criteria that were not rated, and I will skip through that criteria that is not rated. The very first criteria is that we submit our annual financial report within 30 days of November 27th, which we did. We submitted it the day after it was board approved on 11/28 of 2022. Component number 2 rates whether there was an unmodified opinion of the annual financial report on the financial statements as a whole. Our response is a yes, and that is a good thing that there's an unmodified opinion shared by the auditors. Component number 3 focuses on whether the school district was in compliance with payment terms of all debt agreements. Yes, we were. Component number 4 also relates to making timely payments to the TRS, Teachers Workforce Commission, or the IRS, and we have made all timely payments during the fiscal year ending in June 30th of 2022. These were timely payments. Another component number 6, was the average change in the assigned and unassigned fund balance over 3 years, less than a 25% change. Basically, this indicator seeks to make sure that the district has timely paid, that it measures the change in our fund balance to see whether the fund balance is declining too quickly. Ours was within the expected average of 19%. Component number 7, we were granted the full 10 points for having more than 90 days of cash on hand to cover operating expenditures. It's something that we talk about often when we're going through the budget process. Component number 8 measures whether or not we have a current assets to current liabilities ratio for the school district. Basically, it means, did the district have sufficient funds to cover the short-term assets to pay off its short-term liability? And yes, we did. Component number 9 refers to, did we spend more than we earned? The district cash on hand does exceed 179 days. Again, this is a positive rating for us. Component number 10 was not evaluated. Indicator 11, was the ratio of long-term liabilities to total assets for the school district sufficient to support long-term solvency? And yes, we did earn all 10 points for this indicator as well. Indicator number 12 measures if our debt per $100 of assessed property value ratio is sufficient to support future debt repayments. Yes, we are. The district's ratio was 4.5, and 8 points are granted for ratios between 4 to 7. So we rated satisfactorily there. And on indicator 13, was the school district's administrative cost ratio equal to or greater than the threshold? What that means is it measures our percentage of budget spent on administration, and you can see that the district's administrative cost per TEA ratio continues to be very low at 6.604. Component number 14 was not evaluated, and neither was component number 15. But component number 16 focuses on it measures the quality of the data that we submit to TEA via our PEMS, and the district's variance being 0 means that the data that we submit does match up, and that's a good thing for us. Component number 17 is very important. We were free of any material weaknesses in the audit. Component number 18, we also had no findings of material non-compliance, which essentially means that we're complying with all laws and regulations related to the expenditures of any grant funds, contracts, or other federal funds. Component number 19 indicates that we are meeting all legal requirements of all our required postings. And finally, component number 20, did we discuss the district's property values at a board meeting within 120 days before the district adopted its budget? And yes, we did. We had those meetings on June 29th, making March 1st, 2021, the 120th day. So those are the 20 components that we are measured in order to receive the first rating. Again, this is the first rating that we received with fiscal year ending in 2022. Later on tonight, you're going to hear from our auditors and our finance team related to the annual financial report for the fiscal year ending in 2023. Now, there are certain disclosures that are part of our first report, and some of those ask that we post our contract for our superintendent, for Dr. Fields. It is posted on our website, and it is available for everyone. And some other required disclosures are reimbursements received by the superintendent and board members for the fiscal year 2022 based on their expenditures, and those are located here as well. And another thing that they look for is what outside compensation or fees were received by the superintendent for any professional consulting. There were none, as well as identifying any gifts received by the executive officer or board members, and there were none reported. And finally, any business transactions between the school district and board members for fiscal year 2022, there were none reported. That concludes the public hearing for the first rating ending in June 30th, 2022. I stand ready for questions.
And Ms. Davis, the auditor will address the presentation during a regular board meeting. I think it's our first action item to discuss. So if there are no burning questions right now for the hearing, if I could just ask that we wait till we discuss this during our board meeting, our board agenda item, so we can ask questions, unless there's just something burning that we want to ask now.
2 different fiscal years. So this, I mean, I don't have any questions, but this report is for fiscal year 21-22. The auditors are going to brief us on 22-23. So if
Correct.
you have questions on 21-22, I think it should be.
Perfect. I'm ready to
But
vote.
I don't have any.
But
So-
I'm ready to vote on the regular one. Thank you for that clarity, Ms. Ryan. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. All right, that concludes this meeting, and we're going to go into our regular board meeting. So, the regular meeting of the Judson Board of Trustees is hereby called to order at 6:09 p.m. Thank you again for taking time to join us this evening. As the Judson Board of Trustees, we are here to set goals and policies that oversee the management of the district. We are responsible for approving budgets, contracts, personnel appointments, and to listen to reports from the superintendent. We are not here to make administrative or management decisions pertaining to the daily operations of the district. This is the responsibility of the superintendent. In compliance with the State Government Code on Open Meetings, tonight's agenda has been appropriately posted. This is a meeting in public, not a meeting of the public. As our guest, you are welcome to observe and listen. These proceedings are being video and audio recorded and will become part of Judson's permanent legal record. In order that the tape adequately reflects these proceedings, please silence your mobile devices and refrain from talking while others are speaking. Since it is legally mandated that these proceedings are recorded accurately, I may have to ask for order periodically should I notice that disruptions are interfering with our recording capabilities. Once again, I extend to each of you a sincere welcome from the entire Judson ISD School Board. So we've established a quorum. Do you want to put that back up one more time just for the regular board meeting? So, yeah, if you could just, for the sake of there we go. So go ahead and confirm again that we are present for the regular board meeting. Okay, we're all present, and so, Dr. Fields.
If we could all stand, please, bow your heads. Heavenly Father, once again, we come to you this evening asking for your guidance, wisdom, and support as we begin this meeting and prepare for our Christmas break. Father, we'd ask that you, during this time, pour out your blessings upon our entire community and let everyone know the knowledge of your truth, your love, your wisdom, and your peace. Finally, we say thank you for family and friends and sacrifices that you made for us during this season. All these things we ask and pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Please remain standing for the presentation of the United States colors, led by the Judson High School JROTC, directed by Lieutenant Colonel Mark Hyatt. Today's color guard is commanded by U.S. Guard Master Sergeant Steve Cervera, U.S. Flag Cadet Lieutenant Colonel Sebastian Bernal, Texas Flag Cadet Second Lieutenant Eric Valdivia Kaler, Texas Guard Cadet Master Sergeant Brian Salgado. Our pledge leaders this evening are a special pair of twins, Viviana and Gwendolyn Stevenson, students from Escondido Elementary. Vivian and Gwendolyn are fourth grade students. Both are involved in National Elementary Honor Society, Girl on the Run, the Gifted and Talented Program, and the UIL Chess Club. Vivian also participates in UIL Oral Reading and Choir. Gwendolyn is a member of the UIL Music Memory Team, robotics, and participated in the bike rodeo. Both of the girls participated in gymnastics this past year, and they enjoy going to the park and love doing STEM projects and activities. Thank you for leading our pledges.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now for the Texas pledge. I
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Please remain standing for the moment of silence.
Thank you.
Harry, colors. Others, earn, arch. Over, arch.
You may be seated. Let's give a round of applause for our pledge leaders this evening, Viviana and Gwendolyn Stevenson. Her proud principal and assistant principal are here in the crowd, as well as her parents, Bo and Abby Stevenson. Bo Kita and Abby Stevenson.
It's on.
Everyone, big smiles in 3, 2, 1.
Thank you so much, ladies. And if our Judson High School crew is still here, if they could come in for a round of applause and a photo. Here they come. Ladies and gentlemen from Judson High School, here are our cadets who presented our colors this evening. A big round of applause for them as well, please. Thank you so much. We do have several recognitions this evening. First, if you noticed when you walked into the room, the beautiful card display that you see in front of us, those were designed by students in Judson ISD. And so tonight we want to honor the talented winners of the Judson ISD Christmas Card Design Contest. Students were chosen from our elementary, middle, and high schools for their artistry on the superintendent's Christmas card. Each of these winners shine through their artwork and is a true testament to the dedication and creativity thriving within our schools. They will have their artwork shared with our community and across neighboring districts in our area. It is with great pleasure that we introduce the selected winners for the superintendent's Christmas card. I do believe we have one student present this evening, Xander Jameson from Judson Middle School. He is a 7th grader, and he's accompanied by his teacher, Melissa Elsner. It's a beautiful card. While he is shaking hands, I do also want to recognize the other students whose cards do appear here in the boardroom. W. Quinn Millard Ruth from Crestview Elementary, 2nd grade, designed this card over here on the far left, my far left. And Ann Johnson from Judson High School, 12th grader, designed this card here on my right.
Big smiles, everyone in 3, 2, and 1. Got it.
Thank you so much, Xander. Congratulations. But yes. And we'd also like to acknowledge Mr. Witt for putting on this contest every year. He's our Director of Fine Arts, and I know he's back there beaming with pride. So our next recognition comes from Veterans Memorial High School, and we are honoring their cyber team. I'd like to just introduce them. This is their teacher, Joshua Bailey, and we are recognizing this evening Nigel Badeo, Jacob Campos, John Campos, Jared Campos, Gustavo Gerardo, Ashton Shirtliff, and Jaden Turner. So just a little bit about this very incredible cyber team. Veterans Memorial High School National Cyber League team's impressive ranking of 18th out of 601 high school teams and 194th among 4,672 high schools and collegiate teams in the National Cyber League showcases their outstanding cybersecurity skills and unwavering dedication to the craft. This significant achievement not only elevates Veterans Memorial High School to the 17th top-performing high school in the nation, but also highlights the team's individual talents and collaborative spirit. It reflects their rigorous training and commitment, with weekends spent mastering complex skills like code breaking and forensic data analysis. This recognition is a testament to the commitment of both the students and faculty, fostering a culture of excellence and innovation in cybersecurity and representing a proud milestone for the entire school community. We are so proud of your outstanding accomplishments. Go Patriots.
Big smile in 3, 2, 1. Got it. Thank you.
All right, great job. Good job, guys, thank you. And we have one final recognition this evening, and we are joined tonight with an energy-saving team. These individuals participated in the 2023 CPS Energy Demand Response Program. Tonight, we want to congratulate the leadership of the energy management team, Mr. Marcelo Andy Jimenez and David Ayler, joined by Director of Maintenance Chris Ramirez. With us this evening to celebrate their work is Robert Oliveres from CPS Energy to award our Judson ISD team with a very special check. The CPS Energy Demand Response Program is a voluntary program that not only helps the San Antonio electrical grid, but also helps the Electric Reliability Council of Texas grid, which powers the state of Texas. Judson ISD has been a great partner in this program and has participated in the program for many years. Each year, Judson ISD has been a top performer among all the other districts in San Antonio. This year, Judson ISD averaged more than 3,200 kilowatts, resulting in an incentive check for $228,087.75. Congratulations to our team. Thank you so much.
Awesome check in 3, 2, 1. Got it. Thank you.
That concludes our recognitions.
That one?
Yeah.
Okay, but the other two stay. Just put them in my office at the end.
Okay, we do not have any citizens to be heard. So before we get to the superintendent report, I just want to publicly thank Ms. Faulkner for my hat and for all the decorations you're providing us to look quite festive. I'm going to take my hat off now, put on later, I'll comb my hair. But Dr. Fields, if you want to start with the superintendent report with the bond and construction report.
Yes, sir. First on the I have a hat as well. I'm going to put it on later. First, we'll start off with the construction report. So, Mr. Moore, if you could come up and say a few brief words.
Good evening, Judson ISD. My name is Benjamin Mora. I am the Executive Director for Facilities Planning. It's an honor to be here with you today. Staff was asked to submit the construction report for December. I am not going to address all the projects in the report, but I did want to highlight for the benefit of the board a couple of projects. The first project are the 2016 bond program. Wanted to thank the board last month for approving this project. We are on schedule and under budget with a plan to issue a notice to, well, we've already issued the notice to proceed. The idea or the plan is for January to begin mobilization with the contractor. The next project I wanted to highlight was a priority for the community and for the board, and that's the fencing project. Right now, all of our consultants are on board. We have a target plan to bring something to the board in January, and we've developed a list of about 5 different schools with the help of the board and the community, and we would like to be able to award a contract in January and begin essentially turning dirt in mid-February. And the last project, we will be asking the board this evening for approval to complete out the civil infrastructure and tie the wraparound services buildings at Wagner High School. We basically had estimated, once we've gotten approval, we'll be able to initiate a purchase order and a notice to proceed, hopefully, in mid-January, and have start turning dirt actually in mid-February. So that is the plan. I stand ready to answer any of your questions that you might have in particular.
Are there any questions, Ms. Ryan?
Not really a question. I just want to say thanks to you and your whole team. I know a couple of months ago, kind of the board kind of came in, let's get rolling, like, where's the projects? And you were just coming on board, and some of your team was just coming on board. And the amount of progress you have made in the last couple months, like, I hang out on the RFP page, and I keep seeing, new bids coming open, and things are moving. So to you and your team, I just want to say I'm just so happy to see so many things progressing so quickly, and I know it's a lot of work to manage this many projects. But you guys are very much appreciated for how much hard work you've put in the last 3 months, and managing them all is going to be hard, so get your little break in during Christmas, please. Because there's going to be a lot of dirt getting turned up in a lot of locations, and our families and our community are going to be really excited to start seeing, that progress on their campuses over, the rest of the school year and especially this summer. So thank you guys sincerely.
Thank you, ma'am. That means a lot. Appreciate it. There's more to come, too. January and February is going to be a very busy time for the board, not just for staff, so please be prepared.
Are there any other questions? No? I just have one comment. Obviously, as Ms. Ryan alluded to, there was some concerns regarding the urgency of some of our security components on the bond.
Yep.
So, Dr. Fields, we hired a construction management company to come in and start that work. Is there a possibility after the Christmas break we could see sort of a timeline of what that change looks like? Because the first time we had a 5-year timeline for completing projects. So now with their assessment, I want to see if we've accelerated that timeline so that we're addressing those security concerns as we go forward.
Yes, we've accelerated the timeline. I know that the project manager's we're planning for them to come back in January, correct?
Yes, sir.
To present on the air conditions in the gym. We're
Good.
also looking at the fencing as well, but they really have to sit down with the architect firm and see how we're going to plan that out. Then we need to start ordering to make sure that, because if we have to order a chiller or some of these HVAC products have a wait time on them. So we want to start working on that as well. So it might be kind of ordering supplies before we get the construction team if we know what we're going to do to make the design. But that should all start in January. Our plan is to get most of that done in terms of the HVAC prior to when school comes back in the fall. That's an aggressive plan. I know that they're breathing hard. And we can't say it for every campus, but we're definitely going to lean in and try and get all that done.
Yes, sir.
Well, that's all I have. Thank you. I think we're good. Thank you.
Yes.
Anything else? You are appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So next is IB sunsetting, 4B. And basically, this is an informational thing that we wanted to bring to the board because we don't have people signed up for this program right now. And Ms. Davis was just going to go through, you know, some of our past participation, where we're at currently, and the fact that we wouldn't be offering it going forward because students are taking advantage of the P-TECH, I believe. That was one thing that wasn't offered before. Go ahead.
Thank you and good evening again. We wanted to share the International Baccalaureate Sunset Summary, essentially. This is a program, I know in the past we've come to you with other programs where there are currently students enrolled in the program. There are no students enrolled in IB this year. The student interest clearly has decreased. But part of that is because we are launching other opportunities for our students to enroll in advanced academic programs. You're aware that we've had T-STEM, that T-STEM converted to a P-TECH. We've added an additional P-TECH at Judson High School. We had 101 applications for that, and that P-TECH program launched in Judson High School this year. We received 90 applications for T-STEM, and JECA had 245 applications. I believe that's the most they've had in a while. But we received 0 applications for students in the IB program. That program begins in 11th and 12th grade. Students have to follow a certain pathway beginning in 9th and 10th. So although they're not technically enrolled in 9th and 10th, there's a pathway for them to prepare. But there are no students enrolled in 11th or 12th grade this year. We do realize that there's a need for our students to be prepared and be college, career, and military ready. And because of that, we offer all of these programs that I just mentioned to you: early college, high school, T-STEM, and P-TECH, as well as advanced placement and dual credit courses to meet student needs. When we think about the return on investment for these programs, IB is a more expensive program compared to the other programs that we have. It has a cost for an annual fee of $12,233 per campus and a testing fee of $119 per student, whereas AP has an annual fee of just $400 per campus and a smaller testing fee of $88. Dual credit costs are at most $157 per course. So you can also see that IB is a more expensive program. That's the summary of the entire IB. There's definitely more information that you've received in the presentation. I stand ready for questions.
Ms. Faulkner, do you have a question?
2 questions, actually.
Yes, ma'am.
What happens to the students up until this year? What happens to all of their working credit in the IB program?
So we graduated the last class last year. So we did have students enrolled, and those students graduated. We were not producing students that were earning the actual IB diploma. We produced few students that were earning the certificate. But I want to stress, there were no students enrolled that we kicked out of the program or anything like that. There just were no students enrolled.
Okay. The reason I'm asking this question is because I was approached by a senior at Judson who had been in the IB program all along, and she said this school year they were not allowed to enroll, and it's still up in the air as to what's going to happen with their credits thus far, because she said there were no IB classes available this school year.
I can share, ma'am, with you that we did have choice slips and students were allowed to select. There were 3 students whom had selected that program, and I know administration spoke to each one of those students that were enrolled. I was present for one of
Okay.
those conversations, and they were given the option. what essentially was happening, and it's part of the presentation, you could see that we would offer a class with 2 students enrolled, and then we were offering like the math core classes with like 35, 40 students. So in order to be more efficient, we were going to have those students take something called Pomoja, which is like an online opportunity for them to earn their IB credits. We spoke to each one of those students and their parents. All the 3 that were enrolled, and we were not going to remove that offering, we wanted to continue. They opted for different options. I do not know specifically what student you spoke with, but I would be glad to speak with that student and that parent as well.
Okay, I appreciate your answer. Thank
I'd
you.
also like to say, Ms. Faulkner, that in a high school, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Toppin, but in a high school, when kids and students elect classes, we try and get enough students to make the class.
Right.
So let's say that all 3 of them said that we wanted to participate. We'd have a teacher teaching 3 students, which isn't really cost effective. In the high school world, that would be a class that didn't make because there weren't enough students to be in that particular program. And IB is one of those programs where the class is held with only IB students. And there's a lot more students electing to take advanced placement classes, AP classes, the P-TECH, and some of the other options that they offer at Judson. And Judson, I believe, was the only campus in which we offered the IB program as well, correct?
That's correct, sir.
So, did I leave anything out, Dr. Toppin?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it, sorry, I was going to expand it.
Are there, Ms. Rodriguez?
This isn't a question, it's just a comment. It's sad to me that there weren't enough students to field the program, because I truly do believe in IB and what it can offer to students. But I understand that it makes the most sense to sunset at this time. But yeah, it's hard to make that decision, just given how effective the program is and can be.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
And I would just like to add that I've been on this board long enough to see when IB and we had students, and the charge for administration was to continue to promote and market and have a more robust interest in the programming. The fact that there's just not the level of student interest in that program means things have shifted. It's just not hitting, and we've given it time. This isn't the first time we've had this opportunity to evaluate this. So just wanted to make sure that that's known as well. Any other questions for Ms. Davis? No? Ms. Davis, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move on to our consent items. I'm going to be pulling consent item number D. Are there any other consent items that need to be pulled?
C.
Yes, consent agenda. Any others? Okay, so we're going to go ahead and pass consent items. A, regarding approval of board minutes. B, regarding the monthly financial statements. E, regarding the approving the renewal of the NEISD Regional Day School Program for Deaf Shared Services Agreement. Letter F, consider and take action on the TEA Innovative Course Fundamentals. So consent items A, B, E, F, and G, and Dr. Fields just said he wanted to pull H, you said?
G.
G, pineapple. So again, let me repeat, A, B, E, F, and H. That's the motion for our consent.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's go ahead and get the going. Okay, all those in favor of passing those consent items? Okay, those pass. So now we'll go into the ones that are pulled, and Ms. Stanford, you pulled number C.
Right. This is items over 50,000, and there are 3 items in this category. There are 2 vehicles that the Technology Department is asking for, a cargo box truck and a van to transport equipment across the district. And then the third item is Education Advanced Software Application. The vehicles come to about 100,000 together, and the software application is about 113 plus, a little bit. And when I looked at these items, I couldn't help but remember last month when we were discussing this 8 schools that did not get supplies through the Title I funding. We didn't have enough for all 12, so, for all of them. So 8 of them did not get the supplies. 5 of those schools have very high economically disadvantaged percentages. And we know already that teachers and parents augment the classroom supplies. So in these areas, it'd be even more challenging for parents and teachers to augment supplies. So I just felt uncomfortable because I want all staff and students to get the things that they need. But number one, I want students to get what they need. So what I would like to do, unless there are any other comments on these items, I didn't know if there was. What I would like to do is split this item into 2 votes and motion to approve the Education Advanced Software application.
I'd like to speak on that.
Because I want to separate the votes.
Before we second it, you put that motion out there.
Uh-huh.
Dr. Fields didn't want to say something. I just want to make sure there's no other questions. Go ahead, Dr. Fields.
Yes, sir. I would like to say, Ms. Stanford, that it wasn't that we didn't have the funding to support the art programs. It's just that art usually kicks in when campuses reach a certain threshold.
Right.
And it's supposed to be 700. So we can relook at that during the budget cycle, but to start it right now in the middle of the year would be disingenuous to the other campuses that may not have it if we want to make that across the board. But I just want to clarify that it wasn't because there wasn't money available for something that the campuses needed that we weren't going to provide. Now, in terms of the vehicles, they have been budgeted for 2 years now. And the box truck, as well as the van, were ones that they had budgeted for last year, but it was difficult to find these vehicles. And because they couldn't get them, we were unable to provide them for the district. They budgeted again for this year, and they've been able to find a box truck as well as a van. It's in the budget that was approved. So we would ask that we be able to go ahead and do that moving forward so the technology team can now deliver those things that they need to the campuses in terms of the huge flat screens, because we literally have technicians using their own vehicles right now to deliver those things for the district. And we've budgeted for the funds. We've found where we can purchase them under the budget that we had budgeted for, and we can get it timely. So I would ask that we just move forward with what we're recommending today. And if we do anything different from that, I'd ask that we bring it up in the budget cycle.
So the motion was on the
Right,
floor.
I'm just motioning to split the items out and vote on them separately. So,
So you want to, so your motion is just to split them? So you want that question answered first? Or are you
well,
motioning
depending on
to?
how you want that done. I was going to call to approve the education advance, then another motion would have to be made for the vehicles.
Okay, because that's how I interpreted your motion.
Right.
Your motion was just for the first item only, and then we would vote for the 2 vehicles.
It would be
Right.
the third item, and then the first and second
The
items
third
are the
item.
2 vehicles.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
If that's, yeah. So we haven't had a second, so Ms. Faulkner, were you about to second?
Second.
Okay. So there's a motion and a second, and it's just right now to vote on the software?
The software.
The software program. So we're voting to approve the software program.
Right.
And then we'll vote on the other vehicle.
Right.
So, colleagues, if you want to vote to approve the software program, it's been motioned and seconded. Okay. And now the leftover part, Ms.
I
Stanford.
move that we approve the final 2 items on over $50,000.
Thank you, Ms. Canoyer. Thank you.
Second.
We got a motion, second. Ms. Eaton seconded it. Let's go ahead and get through. Okay. Motion carries.
What happened? Mine came came through absent.
Did you hit abstain?
No? Okay, weird.
Can we make a point of clarification
well,
for Ms. Holmes?
Yeah, Ms. Stanford, what was your vote, so we can? It would-
No.
It would have been voted no, so Ms. Holmes, if you could just record Ms. Stanford's vote as no on that item.
Okay, thank you, sir.
But I do not know if you could reset the absent. So, proceed. Okay, you're back, Ms. Stanford. No, letter D is the next consent item that I pulled. And obviously, there's a lot of amendments attached to this one, so for the sake of our community and for our colleagues, just talk a little bit about the reason for all of these adjustments.
Yes, sir. Under the first one, budget amendment number 1, it's just the cross transfer. The biggest one on there was purchasing, who, again, is looking to purchase a vehicle, I believe, and it was placed in the wrong budget code, so they're putting it in the right budget code at this point. That comes out to about $68,000. Under budget amendment number 2, this is the big one where we're asking for a budget amendment of $3.6 million because, and we'll speak more to this in our audit, but basically with state comp ed, bilingual, and CTE, there's a requirement from the state that whatever we receive from them, 55% of that has to be spent on that program. And you get from the state an aggregate of 3 years to make sure that you make good on making sure that you spend that level of money. If you look at our aggregate over the last 3 years, it will show that we didn't spend that 55% to the negative of $3.6 million. So we need to budget for that in this, we need to transfer and make room to budget those particular accounts. We have a spend down plan for state comp ed as well as bilingual and as well as CTE to ensure that we spend that amount of money, which is required by the state, prior to the end of the year. Did I leave anything out on that, on the second one?
No, sir, that was a pretty good general summary.
Yes, ma'am. And then the final one is the data processing. It would be a change of, what was that one exactly, Ms. Davis?
That was for the vape sensors that the
That's
board
right.
approved last month.
The 140, the board approved the vape sensors for last month, so we need to do a change in the budget to move money to be able to purchase that.
Okay, the big one that you alluded to in terms of the staffing allocation.
Yes, sir.
I think just for the sake of my understanding is that we've recognized where the challenges are in fulfilling those obligations going forward. I think I heard you say there's a plan of action going forward so that we comply.
Definitely. I can tell you the way that we got here is that it wasn't budgeted for. Although we put money in those individual accounts for those programs, we didn't put the adequate amount in there that they needed annually to spend down to the 55%. I see you leaning in. Did I leave something out?
So we received the money from the state. It wasn't placed in the department's budget account. So when a director is unaware of the money that they should be spending, not that they're unaware, but they're not provided the money, it is their responsibility not to exceed the budget amount that they're given. If they weren't given that 55%, they weren't going to spend it. They are now aware of those budgets. They have provided a spend down plan, which has been provided to the board to meet that 55% by the end of this year, because we have until the end of this year to be in compliance from the 3-year rollover.
Thank you, that's all I have. Ms. Ryan?
Yes, Ms. Davis and I have already talked about this once, but really, we need to add this to the focus in the next budget cycle. You know, it was just one of those things that wasn't super on the radar. It wasn't on our normal budget cycle, slides that we normally go through. But keeping our eye on anything that has special rules, so 100% dyslexia, 55% special education, reflecting that in our budget cycle, that we have planned that out, will be great for spring. So that, lesson learned, and now we know we want to keep our eye on that too. And then, like you and I discussed, is just reaching out to our sister districts and just gathering all those best practices. There's all sorts of accounting things, and ways to code and what should be coded and stuff like that. So just continuing to leverage that kind of finance network in San Antonio, and seeing how other districts are doing it, just to make sure we're getting credit. Because we know we're spending the money on the kids. We're spending money, but these are just such funny, categories where it's like, oh, you can buy packets of yellow mustard, but not red ketchup. It's not that, that's a little over dramatic, but there are just so many rules in a lot of these categories. So if other people have found great coding principles, then let's capitalize on that too. But yeah, I look forward to seeing this in the next budget cycle and doing this very deliberately. But yes, thank you for sending the spend plan. I know we don't want to spend money just for the sake of spending money. It's nice to see what we're going to spend the money on, so we can kind of track, how that all, extra professional development, extra, learning resources for our kids. Hopefully we'll see a great return on investment on those things that we are going to spend this money on.
Yes, ma'am. The only point of clarification I'd give on that is that we weren't spending the appropriate amount of money that we were supposed to in each of those categories. That's why we're having to budget it now and then spend down prior to the end of the year.
Ms. Eden?
So, Dr. Davis, the time frame is till the end of June, right?
Correct, the end of this fiscal year in order to meet that compliance piece.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Stanford?
So is this 3.6 million catching us up for the 3 years we have been, so this is a 3-year catch-up?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. And so related to the budget, of course, we will be discussing in our budget process, but we won't be asking for the additional, the 3.6, because that 3.6 is for all 3 years, if that makes sense. It will be lower, which is a good thing.
So we're going to try to spend 3 years' worth by June?
It's not 3 years' worth, it's what is remaining to meet the 55% expenditure requirement. And in order to do that, we allot a certain percentage to state comp ed, bilingual, and CTE. What I'm referring to is next year, I don't want you to think that we're going to have to continue to deplete 3.6 million from the
Okay.
fund balance. If you divide that by 3 years,
Okay,
it would be
got
less
it.
than that. But we are required to provide that amount to each of the departments so that we can ensure that they're spending on those students within those programs.
Got it, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any final questions? Then I move that we approve the attached amendments to the budget for the 2024 fiscal year.
Second.
We can proceed to vote, please. Motion carries. Dr. Fields, you wanted to pull this particular item, which I appreciate.
Yes, sir, I did.
Go ahead.
5G is the proclamation to recognize our school board for the month of January. And I didn't want this to go by on the consent agenda without reading our expectation for the month of January, to show our appreciation for all of you up here this evening. So I'd like to read this condensed version of the proclamation for the School Board Recognition Month, which states, School Board Recognition Month honors the community volunteers who serve on their local school boards. It's a time to cite meaningful contributions that boards of education make to public education. The Judson ISD Superintendent, do hereby proclaim January 2024 as School Board Recognition Month, and urge all citizens to join me in recognizing the dedication and hard work of Mr. Jose Macias, Ms. Deborah Eaton, Ms. Laura Stanford, Ms. Stephanie Faulkner, Ms. Suzanne Canoyer, Ms. Jennifer Rodriguez, and Ms. Monica Ryan as our local school board members. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Well, there's no discussion, I see, so I
I hope you
wholeheartedly
approve it.
move to approve the proclamation to declare January 2024 School Board Recognition Month.
Second.
Please proceed to vote. Motion carries. Before we get to our discussion and action, I do see a lawyer in the house, and normally we're paying for that. I want to make sure, Mr. Resendez, we're not being billed at this moment.
Oh, wow.
Okay, just good to see you, Tony. All right, so let's go ahead and move forward to the discussion and action items, and there's some important items here that we'll discuss. So, discussion and possible action regarding the approval of the Judson ISD Annual Financial Audit Report for fiscal year 2023.
Yes, sir. I'd ask that Jeremy and Mike come to the mic and brief us. I know that I sent this out earlier to your email addresses in an effort to catch up. There was a final draft update that I can tell you that they literally worked into the night to update and get to us. I appreciate that, gentlemen. And if
You are
you could just
welcome.
go through it and let them know the status of where we'll be in terms of our first report. I know this is unrelated, but the first report is based on the information that you'll receive here this evening.
Dr. Fields, thank you for recognizing the hard work that we had.
Yes,
But I know your staff it's probably worked twice as hard through the process. And it was a difficult process, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. We did get to it. I do apologize to the trustees here for not giving it to you sooner, but there were some circumstances that happened during the year that we just made the process much longer. We were working on it, we were in your office last week still. It's unusual that we extend that far out, but you had some situations during the fiscal year, unfortunately, that just made the process slower and more challenging. But you know, what doesn't kill you makes you better. So, and I'm sure your staff feels the same way too. So, let's get into it. So, typically we're here, you know, in November, right before Thanksgiving, to present this. Typically it's on a consent agenda because there's not a lot to report on there other than, you know, the numbers are important, but you do get the report, and the presentation from us isn't typically the norm. But this year, again, it's a little different. Let me start off. You hired us. First off, my name's Mike Del Toro. I am with ABIP. We have been conducting the audit for you for a number of years now. So we're very familiar with the district, and there are new faces around that this year especially that made that process a little slower. But we were engaged to conduct an audit on the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2023. We did conduct that. We did conclude that. It says final draft on here. It says draft. I know that may alarm some people. It only says draft on it because it did not go through the process of checking the spelling, checking the formatting, the contents, the numbers, all the meat and bones of what the report is final. It is not going to change. We may have some wording changes, things like that, but the numbers and what they represent are final. So I do want to start with that. The report, we are hired to give an opinion on the financial statements. We do that in accordance with auditing standards generally accepted in the United States, government auditing standard as well. That's pretty typical across the state for school districts. The purpose of that is to determine whether the financial statements as they're presented in this document are in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. We did our audit, we conducted our audit, we did conclude that it is in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. We term that an unmodified opinion. It's a clean opinion. It's the highest level of assurance we can provide on the financial statements. That's not to say we didn't have some comments through the audit, but we got those cleaned up. It did not, those comments didn't affect how the financial reports are presented. So, as part of the audit, because the audit's done in accordance with government auditing standards, we are required to report on internal controls over financial reporting. And that consists of doing a risk assessments reviewing processes and procedures within the district and how they relate to financial reporting. And if we find items that are significant deficiencies or material weaknesses or control problems, we're supposed to evaluate them and determine whether they need to be reported as a control deficiency. We're happy to report, even though we went through some, we got some comments that we're going to talk about, we decided that the elevation of those did not require us to record those or report those as material weaknesses or significant deficiencies. And so as it relates to this report on internal controls, it too is a clean opinion. You have sufficient processes and controls over the reporting of your financial information. You have good segregation of controls and segregation of duties. There's not any fraud risk within the organization. But that said, we do have a couple of comments that we'll get into on the management letter. The other report that's in the financial document is a report on compliance for the major programs, the major federal programs, and on internal controls over those programs in compliance that's required by the uniform guidance. We call that the single audit. You do get a significant number of federal dollars. We have to go through a risk assessment and determine which programs that need to be audited in accordance with the OMB's uniform guidance. This year, it was child nutrition, which every couple of years, child nutrition is by far the biggest program that most districts run, so those always pop up as programs to audit. And then ESSER dollars. The ESSER dollars were still coming in. We're happy to report that through all that, the child nutrition program didn't have any findings, didn't have any questionable cost. The ESSER funds, though, we did have one finding in there, and it related to a capital asset purchase that was made during the fiscal year. MyBots, hopefully people know what MyBots are. I certainly don't. So there was a purchase for these MyBots. The federal guidelines specify that when you purchase capital items, that they have to be tagged and labeled as being purchased with federal dollars. When we did the audit, we went and observed these MyBots. They did not have this tagging on there. So we identified that as a compliance finding. It's not a significant finding, but a finding nonetheless that we have to report on. So that's in the financial report as a finding as it relates to ESSER. Very quickly, there's a lot of numbers in here. I'm going to highlight the significant one, your general fund balance at the end of the fiscal year. You had an unassigned fund balance at the end of the fiscal year. After the audit, after all the scrubbing of numbers, we ended with 118 million, just over 118 million in unassigned fund balance in your general fund. That was actually a small drop from last year, about $4.3 million. Last year, you had about $2.2 million in unassigned fund balance. Drop in fund balance was for the fiscal year was about $3.8 million in total, but you had budgeted for a $29 million drop. So, I'm sure a lot of that was savings from not having full personnel on board and things like that. But so it wasn't. It was much better than what we were projecting from the budget. So that fund balance of $118 million represents about 5 months of operating reserves based on expenses during fiscal year 23. That's a healthy fund balance. We're looking for anything above 3 months as being a good fund balance, and obviously 5 months is way above the 3-month best practice there. Another thing that happened during the year, you issued some bonds. You issued about $87 million in bonds during the year. And then you had a refunding of your 2015 bonds for about, I think you paid $13 million in this refunding. It actually saved the district $8 million when you look at the cash flows over that period of time. If you look and you discount that down to present value dollars, it's actually a savings of about $22 million. So kudos for your finance team for bringing that forward, and your financial advisor. That obviously is saving the district some big dollars over the years going forward. With that, I am going to shift, if you have the financial report in front of you, and I'm not suggesting that you do, but on page 78 of the financial report is a schedule of findings and question costs. I only highlight this is because it's going to summarize everything I'm telling you about the reporting and the financial audit It's telling you about the financial statements is an unmodified opinion on the report. We didn't have any material weaknesses or significant deficiencies, nor non-compliance that was material to the financial statements. And then we talk about the federal awards audit and that we didn't have any material weaknesses or significant deficiencies. And then beyond the first page, then you get into that comment about the not labeling the capital asset that was purchased with the ESSER dollars. And then finally, before I open this up for questions, and I'm sure here to entertain questions that you have, I'm going to cover the management letter that we issued. It was a stapled document that we handed out. It was probably a separate PDF. It was maybe about 4 or 5 pages. Actually, no, it was more than that. It was a lot more pages than that. Just highlight a couple of things. That letter is required communications between us, the independent auditor, and you, the board. I'm not going to cover all those. I'm just going to cover some of the highlights here. On top of page 2, we talk about difficulties in performing the audit. Obviously, we're late. I had to explain why we're late. You had some significant turnover in your finance department. You had a conversion of your accounting software. Those things just created this soupy mess that your staff had to work through and us, and it delayed the process in getting that to you. I do apologize, but there was a lot. It was really just taking a ball of yarn and kind of separate it all out and untangle it through the process. But we did get there, and we're here today, and we survived, guys, right? We survived. Yes, I got some nods over there. The next one is the corrected and uncorrected misstatements. We did have a large number of corrections, and we'll talk about it. It's one of the comments that we have in the next page. Not to be, again, it's expected when you have the turnover in your staff. You had this conversion in softwares, but we'll talk about a process to kind of get on better footing going forward if it hasn't already been implemented yet. So on the next page, we got comments, and I believe it's one of the last pages of the letter. We have our comments here, and we have a number of comments here. One of them relates to that budget amendment that was just brought to your attention. The first one's the fiscal year end close. Again, there just wasn't an effective fiscal year end close process. We had a lot of reconciliation issues. We had to identify a lot of areas that needed corrections within the accounting. Again, it doesn't surprise us. We're not new at this. When we have turnover in the finance department like you did, things just they're not picked up cleanly. And the fact that you didn't bring people in until the very end of your fiscal year, compounded that problem. And then also the conversion into the new accounting system. So our recommendation, obviously going forward, and something your staff is probably already well aware that they need to do, is develop a closing process, a closing plan during this year so that the next year's close will go much smoother, and we will be here in November rather than December. So the next comment relates to that budget amendment that that was just brought up. And this is actually a repeat comment. We've had this out there for the last 2 years. This is the 3rd year. And if you look at that letter from TEA, they talked about you got this 3 years to cover this. So we identified this back in 2021 was the first year we brought this up. And it's about spending those allotments that come in from the state and that 55% threshold. Particularly in this year, we noticed that it was in comp ed and bilingual, but obviously there were other ones in the previous years. And so it's great that you budgeted for this, right? But you've got to implement a process to monitor that budget over the fiscal year. Because what happens typically is you budget, and the primary expense that goes into these PIC codes is payroll. Well, if you have payroll, if you have personnel that vacate positions, if you have positions that go unfilled, you're not going to have the actual expenditures go into those. And so if you look at it at the end of the year rather than at the beginning of the year or through the year, you're going to realize at the end, oh, we had vacancies and we weren't charging dollars to these PIC codes. And so it's not just about budgeting, it's about monitoring that budget throughout the year and doing something when vacancies occur. So The third one there were some IRS payroll taxes that were not paid. We thought maybe this was going to affect our first rating at first. I think in one of the initial drafts we had this as when we looked at what the TA guidance was at, they said, well, it's okay if you're, well, they didn't say it's okay, but they said if you get a notification because of some error, as long as you respond to that within 30 days. And so the district has responded to these. In most cases, they rectified it rather quickly. So we didn't put it in there as a first rating issue, but it was still a comment. Obviously, we had a problem during the fiscal year preparing the payroll tax. Got to get better at that. Got to figure out what that issue was, and maybe that's already been resolved. But clearly, at the end of the fiscal year, you still had a penalty to the IRS that was owed. And then the last comment we have is on computer controls and user roles. Obviously, Skyward, and this is related to the Skyward, which is your accounting software. It's new, so maybe we just haven't scrubbed through the security settings that we've established. But we have a significant number of what we call super users. Those people that can do everything within the functions of accounting. Issue checks, approve checks, things of that nature. We have too many people, too many there, and people that shouldn't really have all those types of security clearances. And so we got to scrub through that and just limit the amount of super users we have. There's always the need for one, as long as they're so segregated from all the functions of accounting. But to have, a significant number of those people, it weakens the control system over the accounting function. So. I said the last comment, one last comment, this is actually a good one. We do audit, conduct an audit of your investments to ensure that you're in compliance with the Public Funds Investment Act. And so we report there at the bottom there that you complied fully with the Texas Public Funds Investment Act. Attached to that are all those corrections, and we don't do that to slap anybody on the face. We're required to include those on the management letter, but those are all the corrections we made, and there's significant numbers of those. We're hoping next year that through a good closing process within the finance team, that will be significantly reduced. So with that, I will take questions that you have.
Well, I did want to also just, for the community's sake, I know that we've been working to close this financial audit, and so there was a lot of movement this week. And as a result, there's a commitment from the board and administration to get information for the board to review, which kind of complicated things because we had a preliminary, not a final draft until today we had a final draft. So that's where there were a lot of concerns and questions because obviously we want to make sure the financial health of our district is in alignment with where we need to be. Things like ratings are impacted and so forth. So I'm satisfied with your work on this and just obviously for the community, I had an opportunity to talk with you earlier today about some of these things, but obviously, there will be questions and there's concerns. One thing that I want to just note for administration and my colleagues and community's sake is, we've had multiple CFOs since 2017. We've had change in HR. We've had change in superintendent. So I see a lot of that change. We have a great team now, but I appreciate the onus on processes. I'm sure Dr. Fields and his staff are really looking at that because in 6 years, we may have a whole new administration again. I mean, it just seems to be the cycle. But my question to you is, overall, our health is looking good?
Yeah. I mean, fiscally, you're a solid district. You've got good reserves. Obviously, that's what is looked at first. So yeah, we didn't have concerns with the financial health of the district. It really is just getting some processes in place. Again, a new finance leadership team, a little slow putting those in, which is expected. They got to acclimate up to the position. And so, looking forward, taking this report, them taking the report, looking at where corrections were made, how do they develop a better closing plan. That's what we'll look for going forward. So.
And just to ask, Dr. Fields probably would look further into it as an administrative function, but could we get a consultant to help with processes? Do you think we need one?
We have one.
You've retained
Jose
one?
Elizon, I'm sorry, I guess I shouldn't say names, but we have one from Region 20 who comes over and meets with us weekly right now. So he's been very instrumental
So he'll
in helping
continue
to.
then
Yes.
to consult with us?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, and he was brought in at the start of the audit. Having him in through the year to kind of help with preparation for that will be real critical for the organization, so.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? I have Ms. Ryan first. Go ahead, Ms. Ryan.
Okay, so thank you for getting us a draft, because I did read all 94 pages of the first one, and then
I don't
hit
doubt
print
it.
this afternoon and got through the 116 to see what the updates were. So I have read every single thing you have put together. So again, another big kudos just out to everyone at district involved in this, because it wasn't just the finance team and the accounting team and the district staff and running around to every department. You know, this is such a challenging organization because, and it's a testament to the diversity of our students. That means diverse pots of money. Great grant writing, both grant writing department and sub-departments that put in for grants. All of a sudden now there's all these other pots of money. So it's not like just balancing our checking and savings account at home. All of these little pots have to be coded. So it is very challenging. So I know this was a difficult, 4 or 5 months for everybody on the team. So thank you for your work, and I hope it was a learning and growing experience for that. Overall, very happy with the financial health of the district looking at these numbers. When I see a 67% increase in our net position, that makes me happy. I see, $8.7 million in investment earnings. That's that healthy fund balance, and there's a great return. Obviously, right now, that won't last forever,
Right.
but we're going to ride that as long as they're paying good interest rates. Super happy that deficit ended up being 3.8 because, I came on the board at a really scary time where it was, oh my God, we're running a $30 million deficit budget. And I'm like, there's no way. That can't be it. So to see those numbers come out, the way I was praying that they would come out, closer to 3.8, and that was even with spending way less ESSER. We moved a bunch of positions off of ESSER and build those. So we're sitting with a pretty healthy ESSER balance to kind of finish out this year. So that makes me very happy that we're sitting a lot better than a lot of districts around San Antonio. Our per capita fund balance is still going to be, one of the highest in the entire region, which just allows us, flexibility in case the wheels fall off the bus in our country. Again, another COVID, another this, we never know what's going to face us. So obviously it was, a rocky fiscal year. In sports, we kind of call it our growing year when all of a sudden the soccer team's got all 11 new players. And we're like, well, this year might not look so hot. We might not score as many goals as we want to because this is our growing year and the team's kind of getting to know each other. So I think this was kind of our growing year, kind of getting a new team in place. And that's okay, those years happen. But I guess kind of my question for you guys is, do you, after working with the team so much, do you feel like the team is now on the right path with, the proper kind of knowledge and equipment to get through this fiscal year? And is there anything that our board can do to help district or anything else we should be doing, because the board's job is monitoring district finances, is what it says in the education code. Is there anything that this board could be or should be doing differently that you would recommend, or anything else that we need to look at giving to our team so that they can help, execute finance operations?
Let's address the board. Just monitoring the budget. You have this comment on the state allotments, having that is something you ask about during the year, not waiting till the end of the year to see where they are on that. As far as the abilities of your finance team, yeah, they're on the right track. They have a consultant here that's going to help them get through some of those policies that need to be established. They've gone through this. They've had the scars of this. I think everyone's learned something from it. So, yeah, I think they're gonna be fine, yeah.
The only other question I had is if there ends up being any material changes between when we approve this, can you please let us know if we have to drag 4 of us in next week to approve some sort of change? I mean,
Yeah.
I'm fine approving this draft if it's all typos and all and nothing changes the true material content
Sure.
of it. But I would ask that if anything materially changes before you submit to TEA, that I would prefer if we got a quorum back in here to approve that.
It's my understanding that tonight would be the approval.
Yes.
And there will be no changes to any of the financial statements or statements in here. It would only be the dot, moving of a
Yeah.
period, or the crossing of a
Yeah.
T.
No,
But
that's-
this is only for beautification.
I'm an auditor, so I never speak in absolutes, so,
Okay.
but, so,
And
but.
just in case, when you're fixing the typo, if you find
Probability
something
is very, very
material-
low that we will change something else, yeah.
We gotta get
so.
4 of us back in here because we found
Yeah.
some
No.
material error that, and then we're fine with that, you know, but so that what we approve is
Yeah.
what physically goes off to TEA. Thank you so much.
Ms. Rodriguez?
Can I just say one thing, point of clarification?
Sure.
One of the statements you made, Ms. Ryan, was that there was no way that we could be off 30 million. I would say there were some things that we did that year, like the sale of land and stuff like that, that we didn't budget for, that kind of helped with that situation as well, but not to the tune of 30 million. So you are absolutely correct. But I would also say the ESSER funds did contribute to our ability to bring that down as well, because there were a lot of positions during that time that were moved off the local budget onto ESSER, which then saved funds at the local level as well.
Yeah, and I think we were supposed to spend about 21 million in ESSER during this fiscal year we're talking about. And according to the report, we only spent 13 million. So we actually spent 8 million less ESSER than what was in the spring 2023 ESSER plan as supposed to have been spent on supplanting. So we ended up spending less. So, which helped us cover the winter incentives and wraparound services. And there are uses. The money is getting spent now this year.
And it will be completely spent
Yes,
before the
and
end
it
of
has-
this year.
yes, It'll be gone, so, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, Ms. Rodriguez, go ahead.
No, that's fine. I really didn't have much to say that it hasn't already been said by Ms. Ryan, but I think, to me, the purpose of an audit is to learn, right? It's to have somebody else look at this, look at our work and tell us if we're doing it up to par. And so this is a learning experience. And then, you know, I don't know that I've ever read the whole 100 pages, so kudos to you, Ms. Ryan. But
We've read it 3 times.
I'm sure you read it. You
Today.
wrote it.
Today.
So, yes. So much appreciation to the work and the dedication to getting it right before it got to us today. So thank you very much.
Any other questions? Ms. Rodriguez, do you mind reading the motion?
I move that we approve the annual financial audit report for the fiscal year 2023.
Please cast your vote. Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda, we have discussion and possible action regarding the approval of the district improvement plan. Dr. Phillips?
Yes, sir. We went to the district site-based committee and asked them to look over the district improvement plan. This is one of Ms. Davis's areas of responsibility. So once again, Ms. Davis, if you'd like to speak to the DIP.
Yes. Yes, sir. We took the district improvement plan to our DSBC, as we do yearly. And one of the things that we discussed that I believe was brought up earlier was to take a look at retention, turnover rates specifically, and see if that is something that we needed to add to the district improvement plan. When we discussed it with our committee members of DSBC, one of the things that they asked was for us to take a look, are we low in turnover compared to the region and compared to the district? That being said, we're really right on par. For example, in the last taper report in 21-22, Judson ISD had a 17.4% turnover rate. The region had 17% and the state had 17.7%. So when we shared this information with our DSBC committee, they didn't find the need to at that too. It is something that we should continue, of course, to work with our HR department and all of our departments really to ensure that our turnover rate is low on our campuses, but not something that needed to be included as an additional item in the DIP.
I have a question on that, and obviously if there are any additional questions we can ask. And in terms of that, I think that was from last month's meeting, right?
Last
In
month's
regards to the
meeting. Yes,
retention, and I appreciate your lens on that. From our board standpoint, I think we've had some discussion about critical need areas. So not looking overall at teacher retention, but looking at areas like bilingual or special ed or some of these categories that we're finding challenges to fill. So we'll develop that through the budget cycle in terms of, I believe, some strategies. But at this point, you did bring it to the district site-based committee, and that's fine. But I do appreciate you following up with that. So are there any other questions regarding the EIP? All right.
Thank you.
I'll make the motion. I move that we approve the district improvement plan.
Second.
Okay, please cast your vote. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Davis. Motion is approved. The next one, when we did the agenda review, I kind of remember what Ms. Eden said. Why are you yelling at us? It's all in caps. So it feels like, yeah, we're. It's all in. So this is consideration and approval of an order by the Board of Trustees of Judson Independent School District authorizing the issuance of its unlimited tax school building bonds, Series 2024, leveling a continuing direct annual ad valorem tax for the payment of bonds, delegating the authority to certain members of the Board of Trustees and district staff to execute certain documents relating to the sale of bonds and authorizing other matters in connection therewith. Dr.
Yes, sir.
Fields?
As you know, we originally sold, was it 87 million or 90 million? 90 million of the 350 million that was in the last 2022 bond. As we've sat and discussed with the board, we've determined that we need to move forward on a lot of projects, and having the financial money in place is something that we don't need to do in increments. We were going to do this 90 million, another 100 million, another 100 million. At this point, we're asking for permission, and we have our bond lawyer in place now, that when we go back out again, that we sell the entire remaining portion, which would be 255 million, have it in reserve. That way, as we move forward on all these projects, we don't have to worry about having to go back and sell more bonds. So we're just asking for permission to sell the rest of the bonds.
Any discussion, questions? Ms. Eaton?
Dr. Fields?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that have any effect or bearing on the amount of interest that we earn on the bonds?
Yes, it does. When you bring in 250, I'm gonna be transparent. When you bring in 255 million, you put it in an account, and typically it's interest bearing. So, but the state watches us on that. They don't want people going out, passing bonds, parking money into an account and making money on it. They look for us to do a spend down on that particular account on the projects that we have out there, and we have plans to do that.
How much time will we get? Is this another situation where it has to be done within this fiscal year or this fiscal year and next fiscal year?
I'd ask Mr. Hall to correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that when you pass a bond, that you do get a cursory 5 years to get things done over the lifetime of the bond. Now, we're working hard to make. Yes, it is. It's saying yes. It's moving yes. Yes, ma'am. But we're not looking to take that long. And the reason why we're asking to spend sell the rest of the bonds is because it's going to be like 100 and something million just for the middle school, and then so on for the elementary school. And we are well on our way to spending down that amount of money. We just need to make sure that we have it. Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Ryan?
Yes, I know we talked about this at TASB, you know, when you sell a bond, there's a big admin cost to it too. So 3 sales versus 2 sales is
Right.
gonna have more of an administrative cost. And I think between Dr. Gosh and Mr. Mora, I think they've shown that they are well on their way to spending this money as quickly, you know, as we feasibly can. So I'm confident that we're gonna keep on rocking and rolling, and let's keep writing checks and digging dirt.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions? Ms. Ryan, do you mind reading the motion?
There's specific language that, and I can read it.
All right.
Specific language required.
Please, Ms. Canova. Thank you.
That's why I was pressing my button.
Got it.
I move that the Board of Trustees adopt an order authorizing the issuance of Judson Independent School District Unlimited Tax School Building Bonds, Series 2024, pursuant to a delegated sale.
Second.
Let's go ahead and proceed to vote. Okay. Thank you. Motion passes. Letter D, discussion and possible action regarding the approval of inductees for the 2023 Civic and Athletic Hall of Honor.
Yes, sir. Dr. Taganow is going to speak to this, but we have a amendment to this particular action item. So, Dr. Taganow?
Yes, thank you. As you all know, the Civic and Athletic Hall of Honor is one of our highest tributes in Judson ISD, and we honor these inductees at our annual gala this year, which will be on February 9th. And so, as Dr. Fields alluded, we had to rescind one of our original selections for the recipient for Athletic Hall of Honor. As we did an additional review of the packet, we realized that that candidate did not meet a time or longevity requirement of being out of the profession for 3 years. And so, because that is listed in our guidelines, and it was also a board-approved item of our guidelines to follow for Hall of Honor selection, we are taking back that recommendation that you see in your packet. However, our guidelines also stipulate that state championship teams are automatically inducted and can be automatically inducted, and we have yet to enshrine any of our state championship teams. And so we would like to take a recommendation to take the opportunity to induct our first team champion, and this would be the 1983 football team who brought home our first state champion to Judson ISD under the direction of head coach Frank Arnold. And so that is the recommendation for our Athletic Hall of Honor that we would like to present to you today. But before you vote, I would also like to introduce the recommendation for our Civic Hall of Honor, which, I thought I was gonna get away with that the whole meeting. But now you can see my really shiny hat. Thank you, Ms. Wagner. Our Civic Hall of Honor recipient demonstrates very good moral character and is very prominent in our community. You may have seen her. She is present at almost every single Judson ISD event that I have attended, but she also volunteers in Converse in their community events in their police and fire departments. Her name is Miss Mari Seppenfeld. She is the recommended person for the recipient of our Civic Hall of Honor, and I just would like to read a very short excerpt from her application packet. Her leadership in the Judson ISD community can be summed up by one word: resilience. She oozes positivity in challenging situations. If we need funds to support our students and community, Ms. Seppenfeld is ready to tackle innovative ways to raise money and bring the community together to get the support needed. She leads with a smile and with kindness, which goes a long way in making a positive impact to our students, families, and community. And she has inspired myself and my family to volunteer more at events, not just in Judson ISD, but within our cities that we occupy. And so we're very excited, if approved, to be able to recognize her at the gala, as well as our football team.
Any discussion? No, I commend the process, and I think these are good selections. So if there are no questions, then Ms. Ryan, I'll have you read this one.
I move that we approve the 1983 Judson High School football team, state champions, as the Athletic Hall of Fame inductee, and Mrs. Mari Zeppenfeld as the Civic Hall of Fame inductee for the 2024 Jeff Gala.
Thank you so much.
Did I say that right?
Yes, you did.
Okay, good.
Second. It's been motioned and second. Please vote. Okay. Congratulations, and the motion carries. So letter E, discussion and possible action regarding the approval of an RFQ 23-16,
Yes, sir.
technology consultant for bond 2022 and related projects. Dr. Fields?
Yes, sir. This action item is a simple RFQ to compile a pool of qualified vendors with the ability to provide technology, security, audiovisual, professional services in bond projects that we have moving forward for the technology department. They put out the RFQ. Again, this isn't to approve anything for now. It's just a pool of vendors in which we can use as we move forward to get a lot of those things done that are on the 2022 bond.
Any questions? All right. I would obviously add from board meetings of past that we continue to look at new partners to bring into the district and leverage that on the list. So
Yes,
not to
sir.
say that they're the ones, but just continue to be open to that. So if there are no questions, then I'll move that we approve the RFQ 23-16, technology consultant for bond 2022 and related projects.
Second.
Please cast your vote. Okay. Motion carries 7-0. Letter F, discussion and take possible action regarding the approval of the Texas Education's class size waiver recommendations for specific grade levels. Dr. Fields?
Yes, sir. This is something that we typically do annually, where we go and ask TEA for class size waivers. We've done this in the past. I can tell you that we typically do this earlier, around the October timeframe, but we were unable to do so because of the debate or the lawsuit over whether or not they were going to release the tape, or they didn't allow us to do this. They've recently opened it up. We're ready to put in a class size waiver, and I would ask Dr. Taganon to speak to the specifics of the waiver.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Fields. Yes, the waiver is typically submitted around October. The waiver window is typically open in October. It has just recently opened November 17th, and so we are able to submit. We did pull some data as of December 1st. What the requirement is that we must submit an exception to the class size requirement, which is 22 students. So any individual classroom for each campus that exceeds a class size of 22, we have to submit a waiver for through TEA. So the number of classrooms that we are requesting a waiver for is 48. You see that in your packet, which schools and which grade levels. We do have a total of 34 of those classrooms that are sitting at 23 students, 8 of those classrooms sitting at 24, 4 of the classrooms sitting at 25, 1 at 26, and 1 at 29. Those classrooms that have those large kind of 25, 26, 29, we do have some supports in place for those classrooms, such as additional paraprofessional support and floater paraprofessionals to provide additional, not only just safety to watch over those kids, but also instructional support as well.
Ms. Eaton?
So Dr. Taganon, the classes that 26, 29, when you say they have additional support, is this a permanent person assigned to that classroom with that teacher?
I can give you an example. There is a bilingual classroom, pre-K classroom with 29 students.
I know.
Yes, and we do have the teacher, and we have 2 permanent paraprofessionals that are assigned to assist. So there are 3 adults in that classroom.
Okay.
And that grade level is also, and that class is also capped, so we are not accepting any more students. But yes.
Okay, and then the ones that float? Would that be on a daily basis depending upon the number of attendees that are in class that day?
Yes, I believe so. I know Dr. Saunders could probably speak a little bit more to that, but the floaters are also for like the grade levels that not an individual classroom, but a grade level may have 24 or 25 within that same grade level, and so the paraprofessional will float. But Dr. Saunders, if you want to.
That is correct. So an example of that is we might have a bilingual first grade class that is over that 22 to 1, and we might also have a third grade bilingual class that is over that 22 to 1 on the same campus. So then we use that floating paraprofessional between those two classrooms. Another example is we could have a pre-K 3 AM that is over during the morning session.
Right.
But we're not going to hire someone for just a half day, so then the campus has that paraprofessional to use in the afternoon as they see fit in one of those other classrooms.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Ms. Ryan?
So of our classrooms over 24, are all of those bilingual except one? Am I reading that the right way?
There are
The ones that are over-
2 classrooms at 25 that are monolingual classrooms.
Okay.
And then the rest of those, yes, ma'am, are bilingual classrooms, 2 at 25, 1 at 26, and 1 at 29.
Okay, couple more questions.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, bilingual, we're always trying to hire, so that's a whole nother, we can only do what we can do there. But for the monolingual, is there hope on the horizon of pulling a teacher in for those classes for the rest of the year?
There's always hope to,
Okay.
to hire,
So are we trying
yes.
to hire?
We are
trying to split those classes out.
For
We're not happy
those
with
that are
where they
over that 25 support, and they've been consistently over at the average of that grade level at 25, yes.
Then we are trying to hire for that.
One of the issues also is room
Yeah.
on the campus. That grade level is, I believe that is capped.
It is.
Yes, that grade level is capped, and so we're not allowing any more students in. But that is one of the challenges in some of those higher kind of grade levels. There's more than 2 that are at 24 or 25. There isn't room if we did add an additional teacher.
Okay. Because, yeah, any more personnel we can get on board, because it's not going to get better next, like, these kids aren't all going to move somewhere else next year, you know, they're all going to be, most of them are going to be with us, so the more staff we can get on board now and hope that they stay with us in fall, that'll be great also. Any other major influxes we are expecting this year? Do we have any other apartment complexes opening January 1st? Any?
We have other complexes, but none that are opening January 1st. But yes, ma'am, there
There
are
are
complexes
some.
being put in. Yes.
Are those campuses, because I know, I mean, Escondido already dealt with whatever the name of the new one was there.
Well, we have one opening up the street from Metzger,
Okay,
and, I mean, is it Metzger?
Yeah, it's down the street, Wood
Right.
Lake Parkway.
Yeah, we have
Yes,
one opening there, and we have one opening right there off of,
Right, that's it.
Near Masters.
Masters, right up the street from Masters, and it's huge.
do we have a,
Lake Parkway.
do we have a plan for that?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't, sorry, that's the only question I have. Do we have
Well,
a
you
plan for
can
that?
see Masters is not on this list,
Okay.
so.
We have a plan,
But
and
yes.
that's part of the growth and planning meeting. I think that even in our next growth and planning meeting, the demographer will be there to start talking about what his projections are for those areas and what we may need to look at in terms of changing our attendance zones for campuses.
Okay, because,
Yes,
yeah,
ma'am.
I know some of the personnel challenge too was that, you know, you get all these contracts signed, you know, in July, and then we've had a lot of losses, so it's like, I don't know, it feels like we almost have to have a bench. We gotta hire a bench, you know, because it, you know, we should be able to look at historically, you know, we lose 10 to 15 teachers between July and September 1st, and so, I don't know, just
I would-
churn in your brain, you know, based on historical data, I'm sure.
I would say that we've worked really hard at recruiting teachers for the district. I'd say that we're probably one of the few districts in all of San Antonio. What are we at right now on DOI teachers for the district? The number? Approximate,
Less than 200.
a little less than 200.
Yeah.
So those would be 200 rooms, classrooms, with no teacher on them.
Oh, yeah.
Had we not had the DOI.
Oh, no, and it
So
felt
we're
like we did so
moving,
amazing
we're
this
creating
summer.
a huge bench with our DOI, and they're all working towards certification. Some
Yeah, this
quicker
summer
than
at the
others.
job fairs, we were rolling up our carts and going home because we filled all of our positions, which is great. But if we're gonna consistently have losses at the beginning of the year, then just start thinking through, is there, 3 extra floater DOIs for the north side, central and south? Because we know we're gonna have a classroom, and especially if they're a DOI, so it's not like they're like invested in second grade or fifth grade or,
Correct.
anything like that. Just things to think through from next year, our lessons learned from this year is we did so good and we got so far. What can we do to now get to that next step to fill those slots?
Yes, ma'am.
So that we don't have some of these. So,
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you guys so much. Thanks, Nicole.
Ms. Faulkner?
Can, Dr. Tagano, in agenda review, you compared last year's numbers to this year's. Could you just make mention of that for the public?
I can. In fact, I looked 2 years back. Last year, we submitted a class size waiver for over 60 individual classrooms, and the year before that, it was 101.
Ms. Stanford?
I'm feeling real sensitive about this topic because it was up just recently, and we had a teacher come speak to us about it, concerned that we would start sliding back into waivers. And I don't want teachers to think that we're moving in that direction. I understand that the ratio is only affected by the number of teachers in the classroom, right? It doesn't count paras or aides.
No, ma'am, it counts for paras and aides. Now, you're correct. The ratios that we're showing you now only show teacher
Teacher.
to student. I would say, though, that at some of the campuses, at some of the grade levels, if you were to go across the grade level, it's less than 22 to 1. It's more like 21.5 to 1, if you were to average out. But if a classroom is more than 22 to 1, then that's when we're required to submit a waiver to the state. And of the 48 classrooms that we're talking about, I think you said 34 are 23 to 1, one student over. And I would say that for one student over, let's say that we were to find another teacher to come in, the cost effectiveness of having one extra student in a class versus hiring a new teacher to supplant that would just not be feasible. So this isn't something exclusive to the district. Now, don't get me wrong, when we budgeted or we staffed for 21 to 1 at the elementary level. So we tried to negate this. In addition, we had recently closed down or decreased the numbers of our pre-K students, so we were able to disperse a lot of those teachers as well. But I just don't want to give the impression that we have a bunch of classes out there extremely over the amount. Most of them are relatively close, and for the ones that were at the 25, 26, 29, we have paraprofessionals in there helping those people.
Right.
Ms.
But we can also look to get assistance. Maybe if we can't get paras, just having another body in there is helpful, even if it doesn't count in our ratio. Are we attempting to do that? To find more people, maybe from the community?
Like volunteers, you
Well,
mean?
or no, paying them, because if we're short teachers, we would have money to pay them.
So.
Ms. Stanford, I think that's what paraprofessionals are, and that's been in the plan. So
Correct.
that's another word for an assistant in the
I thought they had more training. I was thinking of just community members even, because in this economy, there might be more people willing to take on another job and work at the school.
We currently do not have in our compensation plan anything allotted to pay community members to volunteer or help. But we do have a volunteer program where parents can come and volunteer in certain classes. But our paraprofessionals are trained.
Right.
They attend trainings. They are familiar with the campuses. They provide a consistent face for the students. In addition, somebody that we pay that is additional to assist our substitutes, so that when we have additional, teachers are out, we have substitutes or long-term substitutes to provide that consistency for our students and those schools.
So are we putting more effort in that direction if we're having trouble with teachers, finding enough teachers? Just to give some relief, more relief,
To find more substitutes,
more paraprofessionals, assistants.
we have a staffing model that allows for a certain amount of paraprofessionals per campus based on the number of students. So in our compensation plan, we have a certain amount. Now, we do have some vacancies in paraprofessionals, and yes, absolutely, we are planning and making plans for recruitment and looking for those people to fill those positions. I can tell you that the teacher aides, there are 6 vacancies, and in special education, there are 16 vacancies across the district. And so we definitely are working to recruit those people to be able to fill those vacancies. We have planned our job fairs for the spring. We are having one coming up in January, and so we are working on our marketing plan to get that information out so that we can recruit and possibly have a bench ready, just like Ms. Ryan said, of teachers and all staff to try to address our vacancies.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Canoyer?
Thank you. I know you heard very clearly that the board's charge was to make sure that we keep a low teacher-student ratio, in particular coming out of COVID and trying to recover the deficits that our students recovered. I do understand that there are circumstances sometimes that it just can't happen. The people aren't there, we don't have the room. I just want the audience to know that moving forward, one of the things that we'll be looking at as we open new schools is redrawing boundary lines to make sure that schools are not overcrowded in one area and undercrowded, that's not a word, but you know what I mean. Under capacity in other areas, so that we are able to address these issues when they come up. So I appreciate you all staying on top of this. You know it's important to us, and we know it's important to our staff.
Thank you, ma'am.
I just wanted to also reiterate the commitment that Ms. Canoyer had mentioned. The board collectively, we're looking to help, and I think it can underscore the importance of that, getting our kids back to grade level. But a couple of things that, just as concepts, as you talk about the bench and so forth, hiring part-time paraprofessionals, that if we're not already doing that, considering that option for retirees to come and help during the year. Secondly, we didn't talk about pre-K, so I'm assuming that pre-K would not be impacted. We'll still be 11-1 on the pre-K program, or are they impacted too?
In pre-K 3 and 4 are the ratio of 11-1.
So 11-1 in those areas, and we don't have any overstaffing in those where we have 13, or is it all 11-1 in pre-K?
Go ahead.
A perfect example of that is the bilingual classroom we were talking just about a few
Okay.
minutes ago. Pre-K 4 has 29 students in that classroom, but with 3 adults. So the
Okay.
ratio is.
So it's still,
Yes,
it's still.
yes.
Okay.
So the ratio is always that 11-1 or lower. And in most cases, I would say it's lower than the 11-1 ratio, because once you trigger 12 kids, you're getting an additional staff member. So at that point, we're 6-1.
Okay.
That pre-K 3 and pre-K 4 is a little bit easier to staff that way.
Very well. And my last recommendation, just for future discussion, but just kind of put it out there, is that I don't know how long we can maintain a 21-1 student-teacher ratio. I don't believe it is sustainable, and it's been echoed even from Dr. Fields. This is a challenge. So at some point, we're going to have to consider looking at schools that have a high economically disadvantaged population as being the target for lower student-teacher ratios, and are focusing perhaps in middle school and only doing middle school to lower that student-teacher ratio as a way to still have some hope to help students that need academic support. Because again, we may not be able to sustain this collectively, but there has to be something we do. So healthy discussion when we have budget discussions about that possibility, if there's going to be a shift into 21-1. But other than that, I haven't, Ms. Ryan.
I I disagree with that. You know, the teacher pipeline is not increasing exponentially yet, but it is increasing. We have people leaving, but this is something that is identified, and as we have upped our salary, we literally had we had every single elementary classroom filled with what we thought we were gonna have this year. We did great. We just didn't hire more people because we didn't realize we were gonna have this, you know, kids started popping out of the woodwork, and next thing you know, you're up to 29 pre-cares. You know, there's only so good demographers can be. So I am not ready to let go. And the state funds us at a 1 to 22. So, you know, that's you know, we have sufficient funding to do it, and have for the last couple of years. So I know I'm not gonna let go of the 1 to 21 at any of our campuses, because all of our kids have challenges and deserve a 1 to 21 teacher, so that they can be everything that they can be. So, you know, and I know our staff will work extraordinarily hard, as they always do, you know, to make that happen. And excited for new personnel in HR who, I'm excited for Ms. Garza to be recruiting teachers. So she'll do an amazing job this summer.
Well, Dr. Fields, did you want to?
Point of clarification. What was said was that we are staffing for 1 to 21. We appreciate that when we come back and you can see where we've tried to make that mark and we were unable to, for you to be agreeable in allowing us to put forth the waivers. What I'm saying is I'm not confident that we'll always be able to have every class across the district at a 1 to 21 ratio. And as we move forward, know that we're striving for that, but when we don't, it's not from a lack of trying.
And just again, this is why it's going to be important to have this discussion. I also support 1 and 21, but I'm also looking at contingencies that we'll have to look through in our budget process to see what might work. So I'm just open to the conversation, but I certainly would look for every option to be 1 to 21. But that's why we'll move it to at the appropriate time when we do program review and we do budget discussions as we go forward. I just wanted food for thought, if you will, at this moment.
Yes.
So are there any other questions regarding the waiver? Okay, I'll go ahead and move that we approve the Texas Education class size waiver recommendations for specific grade levels.
Second?
Please cast your vote. We have 6 yeses. Ms. Stanford was a no. Letter G, discussion and possible action regarding approval of amendments to the 23-24 compensation plan. Dr.
Yes.
Fields?
Yes, sir. Just like Dr. Taggart just described a minute ago, anytime we go out to hire an individual in a particular position, there has to be a position listed for them in the comp plan. There was a grant that was sought after from the counseling department. They received it only to the end of September of 2024. And what they would like to do in terms of personnel is establish an administrator of student and family support services, a truancy and dropout prevention coordinator, and a student support officer. And also the Adventure Club pay for teacher professionals, we'd like to put a supplemental pay on that for $35 because we need more people to, we know that some teachers want to help out with Adventure Club, and this is a way to get that done. But with that grant, we're able to create those positions. We're simply asking for an amendment to our compensation plan to allow us to hire for those positions. And right now, the job description will go for September 2024, and only if the grant is sought after again and reapproved will we be able to move forward. But the people know that if these positions run out, then that job goes away at that point.
All right. Ms. Ryan?
This is another one of those amazing grant writer success stories, you know, that I don't want to pass over and think this is just a compensation thing, because I'm familiar with this grant from a couple other districts around San Antonio who've had it for a couple of years. And I've gotten a chance to know a lot of the truancy officers at the Metzger Food Bank and what they're doing, and they're almost like like bill collectors or lawyers, like in name, but what they do is they are truly, they're attendance caseworkers is what they are. I mean, they are out there finding and developing these plans to help these families get their kiddos to school every single day. And there's not enough of them. And they're working tirelessly. So the fact that there's money out there to help us get these kids back in schools because they're getting fed and they're getting cared for and they're getting services on top of their education. So, and I love that we've structured this where we're building our bench, these student support officers that hopefully one day will become truancy officers in our district, because we need a bench. It's hard to find, those types of people. So when we bring people in and there is a path forward within this department, I know some districts who have had this grant for a number of years. So if we do this right, which I'm pretty sure we will, being able to extend this, because, attendance is just so important. A small portion of that is money, because we only get paid, 1 to 21, but if only 80% of the kids are in the class, we get paid for 80% of that teacher, but we gotta have 100% of that teacher there every day. But, the wealth of research of being in a classroom every single day and how much you can learn and the impacts of attendance are what are hurting a lot of our kids. And those kids just need to be there. The next 3 weeks is gonna be really rough for a lot of kids going home and not being in school, not being with their teachers and with all the services the next 3 weeks. So every day we can get them there, that's what those truancy officers help us do and what these additional people will help with. So great job on the grant writing on this. I'm super excited about this program.
I think we would be remiss if we didn't say to Ms. Garcia, who works tirelessly in this department, she's the one who put in for this. She's the one who got the grant. She's the one who's bringing the people on. And for that, we say thank you. And it's my prayer that we're able to continue to keep this going.
Well said, Dr. Fields. Are there any other questions? All right. Ms. Stanford, I'm going to draft you to read this motion.
So I move that we approve the amendment to the 2023.
Oh, your microphone. Yes, ma'am.
I move that we approve the amendment to the 2023-2024 compensation plan.
Please proceed to vote. Okay. Motion carries 7-0. Letter H, discussion and possible action regarding the approval of job order contract for contractor services for the wraparound project Phase 2 at Wagner High School. Dr. Fields?
Yes, sir. This is for the completion of the wraparound services, again, the Phase 2 at Wagner High School. You can see the amount there. It's coming out of ESSER funds. The job order contract would then allow the individual listed to go ahead and complete the curb work, all of the lines that need to go to the portables that are already out there, and kind of complete the project so we can go ahead and get started with that.
Are there any questions? All right. Just to keep moving forward on that, Dr. Fields.
Yes, sir. Can we get them?
I'll make a motion. We'll get a motion on it. I move that we approve the job order contract for contractor services for the wraparound project Phase 2 at Wagner High School.
Second?
Please proceed to vote. Okay, motion carries 7-0. Letter I, consider and take possible action regarding board operating procedures. I put this on the agenda because we've had some new board members that have yet to sign the current board operating procedure, so I thought it would be a good time to put this in here and obviously add or address certain aspects of the board operating procedures that we feel would be appropriate to add and discuss. So that's why this agenda item is here, and so I'll ask if there's any input or feedback first, and then, of course, I have some things I want to discuss as well. Yes, Ms. Ryan, go ahead.
I emailed called you a couple times this week, because there was nothing in here about what this agenda item was. So did you expect us to bring all of our recommended changes tonight? Because that wasn't what was on, that wasn't what was in the notes.
No, we were going to have the conversation. If it felt like we needed to take a deeper dive, I was going to recommend that we have a special meeting for it.
Okay.
And so, but obviously, it's just an opportunity for us to have this first discussion. If there's not a lot of changes, then we just go ahead and we
Oh,
approve
no,
it.
I'm
But
for
if-
like a complete revision, like rewrite, like just, and best practices from other districts, and there's enough of us new people.
And I'm quite okay with that,
Your
but that's
direction.
why I wanted to make sure it's here. So then, based just on that, there's one request to have a more stronger discussion on it. So I'll move it to a special meeting, but again, this was the opportunity for us to have that. So now we can all collectively think about what some of these things need to be, and obviously read up on the board operating procedures to provide input, and we'll schedule something in January for this.
As long as we don't just reword it and put the same thing back on.
Well, and that's where the meaningful conversation will be. Okay. Well, then, we'll go ahead, and I'm sorry, just out of respect, I do have two colleagues that want to speak. So, Ms. Stanford, if you wanted to say a few comments.
Yeah, I did submit some changes and gave the board members copies, but I'm happy to wait and get together and do
And
it all.
just one particular focus.
Right, I can just put that on hold. My suggestions, I can just wait.
Perfect, thank you. And Ms. Faulkner?
I'm just thinking, would this be better creating an ad hoc committee, or maybe starting out as a special meeting and then going into a special committee to hone in on rewriting and then bringing it back to the board? I'm just trying to get a plan in my brain on how this is going to look.
And obviously, Ms. Rodriguez, Ms. Eaton, Ms. Canori can kind of echo, we usually can handle it within one special meeting, but if it requires that we go deeper, then we certainly can do that. But I think we should be able to handle it in one meeting that we set aside.
Yep.
Would you guys agree?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Ms. Ryan?
Oh, I was just gonna say, based on what was your previous board consultant? What was her name? Like, one of the things, Patricia, this was like one of the examples that Patricia gave of an ad hoc committee, was rewriting board operating procedure and some of the other board internal mechanisms. This was an example of a short-term ad hoc committee, when you all did that 4-hour meeting with her about specifically committees. So, yeah, I guess it's a question of 7 people nugging something out, or everybody sending their stuff in, and then 3 people sitting down with examples and doing, trying to work it out and make it look pretty and nice and somewhat synchronized. I don't know how well that will work with 7 people versus 3. So I guess just something to think about, what the best work product is going to come out is 7 or 3 people.
Ms. Canori?
I think if we call a special meeting for this, I think we can look at the overall of what we have now and designate certain sections that need to be looked at. And then if it's going to be real deep, we could do an ad hoc, assign group work kind of thing for each of those, and then come back after that. But that's something we can decide at that special meeting as to what it looks like.
And just to echo too, one of the things I wanted to add was a process for new board member orientation within our board operating procedures, which is, we need some help. We've all recognized that we need to do that. So certainly, with your permission, I'll bring this back as a special meeting item for us to discuss at a later date. Okay, so at this point, we'll pull and we'll move forward to discussion and action items. Not to get too excited, guys, but again, I time our agendas. I had us ending this portion at 9:15. So I put it out there. We're way ahead of schedule. So if that's not motivation to go forward.
You don't talk about a no-hitter, you just sit in the batter's box.
I'm just impressed right now. So let's go ahead and move to the discussion item and reports. Intruder detection security audit. Dr. Fields?
Yes, we usually put this on so we can brief the board. I can tell you that today was the first day in a while that we had audits at Judson High School, Worther-Moakes, and Crestview, and there were no findings, so there's nothing to it, other than we were good.
Any questions? All right, we'll move on to the next item. It's the Judson Education 2023 third quarter update.
Yes, sir. At this time, we'd have Lexi come up and just give a quick update on the Judson Education Foundation.
Yes. Hi, good evening, everyone. I am here to present our third quarter report for you guys. We included all of our fund numbers in your packets, but in general, we just want to kind of explain that the foundation is in a great place. We just awarded our grants maybe about a month ago, and it was a fantastic day. We always love doing that. So in this past year, the total grants and scholarships that we've given is actually $1,000 more than you have in your packet. We have $94,881. We also gave an additional $1,000 during our United Way incentive program. So for teachers that were working on the United Way program, we did give an incentive for them to kind of push that program and work towards United Way of a $500 grant for their campus. So we gave 2 of those out. So we have $94,881. And our fundraisers, since the last quarter, we did have our Wobble and Gobble, which is our community event, which is a great program that we have to feed over 1,400 people that came, community members, and we had about 450 runners, so it was a great day to have out there. Our upcoming event coming in the first quarter of 2024 is our gala, so please pencil in February 9th for an amazing day of fundraising, an evening of fundraising. So you should have all received your invitations by now, but if you need more to kind of invite people in your circle, please let me know. I can provide those to you guys. And in their numbers too is our Ameriprise account. Our balances in there kind of show our increase of our investments in there. So we are excited for 2024, which is actually our 25th anniversary. Yes, our silver anniversary, we have some special things up our sleeve. Our grant committee chair, Mr. Sonny Merrill's in the audience here. Thank you for coming, Mr. Merrill. We were just chatting about some special things to give to our hardworking teachers and students, so we're excited about that. And I did want to share a little video about our prize parade. For those of you who were able to come, thank you so much. It is 7 minutes, so please enjoy. It's kind of low. To award you your grant for $450. Thank you so much for the grant.
We know that our youngest learners learn best through hands-on learning, and this is a mode of learning that will incorporate all areas of curriculum as well as social and emotional development. So we're really excited for our little.
Because it brings an activity into the library where the students are actually pedaling, they're riding their stationary bikes, but they have desks attached to them, so they get to ride the bikes while they are reading.
Foundation, we are here to award you $2,500. We are going to upgrade our JSTEM News. We are going to get brand new equipment. Our equipment's about 6-7 years old at this point. So we are going to work with the technology department to get some new news equipment so we can make it even better. Yay! On behalf of our sponsors, our donors, our JUMP board of directors, we want to congratulate you and thank you for being a teacher here at Judson ISD. We are so proud of you. Thank you so much. We are so proud to have you as a teacher and a coach here at Judson ISD. And we are blessed to have you as a person that is so invested in the students that is willing to go out and get a grant for them and invest more in them. So thank you so much for being here.
So this grant is going to go towards getting our students some new stage makeup for them to use in their projects and on stage and in class.
This grant is for our hydroponic system, and we're gonna call it the Eagleponic system. On behalf of the Judson Education Foundation, we are here to award you $2,433.
It's $2,500.
Thank you, Judson Education Foundation.
Un hogar.
Thank you, Judson Education Foundation.
Thank you, Judson Education Foundation. One home.
Thank you, Judson Education Foundation. One home, one family.
Thank you, Judson Education Foundation.
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 Thank you, Judson Education Foundation. One home, one family.
One home, one family.
One home.
One family.
One home, one family.
One home, one family.
One home.
One family. Yes. So it was a great day. On behalf of the Judson Education Foundation Board of Trustees and our liaisons to the board, as well as Dr. Fields serving on our board, we would like to thank you guys for the support, for the continued support for years after years, for 25 years. So if y'all have any questions for our third quarter report.
It was wonderful. Congratulations.
Thank
Good
you.
job.
Have a good evening.
Good job. So item C, discussion of the 2022 bond playground and sports flooring projects. Ms. Ryan?
And like we talked about, Facilities Department has done such a great job of moving things down the road. So now it feels like we've gotten a lot of things out of the gate now, right? And they're all in that process. And so kind of, we've been trying to listen to our community on, there's a lot of priorities. And playgrounds has come up, and the safety of a lot of our campus playgrounds has been getting us a lot of phone calls and emails and messages. So, is there a way we can get started on the 87 steps that are going to involve playgrounds, from truly assessing where we're at and what our needs are? Because obviously $1 million is not going to fix every playground to perfection, but we have some very unsafe conditions in some of ours. So I'm just going to let Mr. Mora talk.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I am happy to report to the board that we had a Judson ISD inspector initiate the surveying process. In terms of our priorities, we're looking towards the schools that are obviously a little bit older for our initial wave of assessments. The ultimate goal, I would say, is to incorporate as much as from the community as far as input. We would also like to incorporate the facilities assessment that was performed by RBK in 2022. That report was about, obviously about 2 years old. A lot of things can change in that time. So that's why we are personally, with our staff, just to get our planning and our bearing, we're visiting every single one of these sites and taking copious notes.
Great, thank you. Yes, if we could, have that as one of the next on the horizon, and you start to kind of keep us updated as we go through, what we think that project's going to look like and what we think, we think it's going to be able to roll out. I know that'll make a lot of our families at a couple of these schools where they're in really bad shape, that we've at least started that process.
Absolutely.
So, all right, I appreciate it. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you,
That's
ma'am.
all I had on this item.
Any other comments or questions? Ms. Stanford?
We typically put stuff in the construction report once we head down the way of getting stuff done. We're still in the process of going around trying to, we've identified the campuses, but once we get an architect, we get it under design, then we'll start adding it to the construction report.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next agenda item is letter D, discuss elementary and secondary discipline issues. Ms. Faulkner, this is your agenda item.
Yes. So just a briefing would be okay for the board to know where we're at, because every time, it's really difficult, honestly, to believe every time we get a discipline report that there are no kids in elementary alternative school. It's just hard. It's very hard for me to believe that that's the case. Also, I know we talked about it in agenda review. Where is alternative school for elementary? And just another aspect of this is, I know Ms. Ryan has addressed this, the written policies themselves and the cohesiveness across the district, and are we following them? I would just like a briefing really quickly pertaining to this agenda item, if you don't mind.
Yes, ma'am. We can have Ms. Hilliard come up and speak to it briefly. I would tell you that our elementary DAP is at Ed France. I would also say that because in our district, we've limited our DAP placements to mandatory, then we have very few elementary students that go to DAP. So it really is. Now, don't get me wrong, there are students that have they have to receive the consequence of DAP because it's mandatory if you commit that, offense, according to our student code of conduct. But in addition, our student code of conduct outlines and gives parameters for our principals to give consequences to students. And I know that Dr. Saunders and Dr. Toppin are tasked with making sure that that stays consistent across the district, among elementaries and among secondary. But we did ask Ms. Hilliard to put together a brief, presentation.
Just one
Yes,
other
ma'am.
question. I'm trying to get an understanding. So at Friends, do we have permanent staff just sitting, waiting for kids?
We have staff that's assigned for DAEP at Ed French, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are we using them for something else?
Not right now, because there's a student in DAEP. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, there's currently a student there and one pending. So we've placed, I even have numbers. I know when I was requested to provide the report, it was later. We had already had students that continued from last year that were elementary age, and they had gone back to their campus. And then we had additional ones that were placed that have completed their placement and returned to their campus. And then some we've had, I'll say the last 3. One is enrolled, a parent decided not to enroll, and we have one hearing that's pending.
Sorry.
Did you? That was all that you knew?
Yeah, pretty much. I
Okay.
mean, so can maybe you speak to secondary? I mean, that's where it all, it really is a problem because of the vaping and the state law and the THC. Can you brief the board on what happens, what's the process when capacity is met? And maybe speak to, give us a picture of what DAEP looks like for secondary.
Okay, currently we have close to 100 students that are currently enrolled. I do have some that are pending enrollment that have already been placed. Yes, the vast majority of them are for THC vape pens. And let me see, the number, I have numbers here. About 140 of them are controlled substance placements, which include the THC and the marijuana. And that's year-to-date as far as the placements are concerned. I know that you had a question about the number of, there was a week that we reported the number of controlled substance offenses. I just wanted to shed light on that they may have documented the offense, however, those hearings are pending. We've already scheduled till the second week of January.
Okay.
So, and then some may have had a placement, but pending the ARD meeting, because they have to have an MDR
Right.
in order to continue to see if we're going to continue with the placement or not. So that number will be a little off.
Okay, thank you.
No problem, thank you.
Is there any other questions? Ms. Ryan?
I guess what, you look in the education code, like discipline, you look at board responsibilities, like discipline and monitoring and punishments, a lot of that falls under the board. So that's, I think, why, even though all the execution is down at the district, there's like 4 or 5 discipline things that get listed under board responsibilities. So how are we, is someone up at district kind of looking at how many kids get mitigated out of mandatory, because there are, you can get exempted from it for, there's whatever the 3 or 4 categories. Is someone up at district kind of reviewing those kids who get mitigated out of the mandatory? Is someone at district kind of spot checking the number of days that people are getting, so that someone at Judson High School isn't getting 10 days for one crime and someone at Veterans is getting 45 days for the similar crime? How are you guys kind of overseeing what's going on around to make sure that kind of the policies we do have are being relatively consistently, because every kid and every situation is different, kind of implemented?
I would say that the person who's responsible for that at the secondary level, once again, is Dr. Toppin, and for the elementary level is Dr. Saunders, because they're over those areas. Now, Dr. Toppin, I believe, is over DAP. I mean, the pupil, no, I apologize.
Dr.
Ms. Davis is over pupil services. But the consistency comes in, and it's been this way for a decade, that the routine placement is 45 days with a 30-day review.
Typically, yes.
Oftentimes based on the circumstances. And we allow her that discretion to look at a situation and determine whether or not, did two people try and have an altercation with this student or something like that. And be able to give that discretion. When it comes to what you refer to as mitigating out of, I would give even more clarification in that TEA outlines who can and cannot go, especially if they have disabilities.
Right.
And those students are removed if it's part of their disability.
Right.
That's not something that we typically come back and announce for everyone else. So for people who are watching, oftentimes they'll say, that person didn't have to go. Well, you don't know the circumstances
Right.
that surround it, and we can't announce it to the public. We just give the appropriate consequence according to TEA and move on. So, but definitely, we have someone who watches this in terms of consistency to make sure that most of the students, if not all of the students who are in like situations, get the like consequence. Did I say that the right way?
Absolutely, and we do document the reason as to why the student wasn't placed in the system. And we have documentation such as an MDR, whether it be under special ed or 504, that supports that why the student wasn't placed. Any other questions?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, discipline is related to, in some degree, academic success. And so the higher the discipline, not all the time, but you see lower performance in the classroom. So in our effort to identify students that have a need for support or that have been discipline concerns in elementary school, how well would you say our plan is for intervention, which goes back to social emotional support for these students? And so we're monitoring the data so that hopefully we're doing something with it. So would you say that there's room to do more, or are we doing a great deal of things with addressing discipline?
Well, there's always room for improvement, but I think we're doing a great job as far as providing this needed support for those students, whether it be through RTI, whether it be through consulting with special ed, to see what additional supports, and also the professional development that's being provided with the diversity and, what was it, Dr. Johnson? Diversity and equity training. So I think we're doing a great job. We're moving in the right direction.
One thing I will say to keep on your radar, Dr. Fields and
Yes, sir.
staff, is that I had discipline reports, or not discipline, that's the wrong word. I had reports from Bexar County regarding students being arrested or in possession. Obviously, this is off school grounds, so we're not going to have any record of it. But at the last report, there were a number of Judson ISD students. We ranked pretty high. We weren't the highest. But that just, again, goes back to off-campus issues, too, that we need, and I feel like we have a responsibility to try to help these students in some way. So just keep that in mind, because what I think there's an opportunity to collaborate with the county or with other nonprofits to help students. And then if they're popping up on our radar on the campus as a discipline problem, we just need to bring support. So just obviously keep that in mind as we continue moving forward.
Absolutely.
So
Small point of clarification.
Please.
Sometimes if you do something off campus, if it raises to the level, is it still that way?
Yes.
Alexis, Title V felony?
Yes, Title V felony.
Then you have to do alternative placement even in the school district if you did it at your house.
Okay.
So,
Well,
yes, sir.
that's good. So we have more information then that's solid, that won't be under the radar, if you will.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Ms. Canoia. Yes, ma'am.
Finish your comments.
I'm done.
How many hearing officers do we have currently?
I am the main hearing officer.
I knew that. And that helps with consistency, Ms. Ryan. The fact that we have one person who's hearing them all. Yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
so there is consistency there because that person knows how, right. And I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Hold up. Ms. Ryan, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, I went back to what we wrote down. So, like, the notes are in here about the TASB survey. Our staff doesn't feel, or at least this past spring, they didn't think we were doing a good job. They didn't think they had, half of them didn't think they had what they needed in their classroom. And there were some schools, they're 85% of the students, of the teachers, didn't feel like the code of conduct was being enforced consistently and fairly. And what was the other question? That they were not given the appropriate assistance to resolve discipline issues. So what are we doing if that's the perception of our staff? And it's what you hear nationally, the reason people are leaving teaching is probably this is close to number one on their list. What are we doing to fix either a real problem or at a minimum, a perceived problem that we're not enforcing it equally and that they don't have what they need in their classroom so that this number doesn't stay this way on the next TASB survey?
I would say the concept of equity can be blurred with a student's disability,
Right.
which we are not able to communicate to everybody else. So if you're sitting back looking for Rob Fields did this, and then Mary Toppin did this, I noticed Mary Toppin didn't get the same thing, or Rob Fields didn't, we don't know the consequences behind their personal situation. I'm trying to be objective as I can on that. And then, in terms of helping the teachers, we're trying to give more professional development in classroom management. The way that we truly get students to, understand the consequences of not doing what they're supposed to is for all of our teachers to have the same level of classroom management. Once a student cannot be managed with the classroom procedures and agreements that are in the class, and it's turned over to administration, then the teachers kind of lose the ability to dictate what the consequence should be. And oftentimes, when an administrator gives a consequence, they may feel it was too harsh or not harsh enough based on what they felt like they went through in the classroom at that time. But the key, all of us were classroom teachers. The key to getting that done is to come up with classroom norms and to have a good classroom management of your own. We can do more professional development. I know that it's a strong emphasis for our DOI teachers. I know it's a strong emphasis for our new Teachers Academy. And I know it's a strong emphasis for our existing teachers as well in terms of classroom management across the district. But if we can ever get to a place where everybody feels like everything is consistent, not sure, because there's so many variables that go on behind the scenes that you really can't speak to out front. Would you guys say anything more?
I would agree. I would say that we both reached for the button at the same time. But I would say that one of the things that we have really focused on in our new teacher cohort, and we have even opened it up, if a principal has a teacher on the campus that's really struggling with classroom management, I don't care if you've been teaching for 13 years, we're including those individuals in our new teacher cohort because I feel that it's a strong, you cannot teach if you don't have management of the class. And so that's one of the things that we cannot allow to just continue to happen. But the other thing that we have to also understand is that we had kids coming out of COVID with real social emotional issues. And a lot of it is recognizing the fact that these are not the kids that we had 5 years ago, 6 years ago, or even 7 years ago. And then also equipping teachers with the tools to be able to recognize when you see this is what's going on, and making sure you're digging and seeing what I call beyond the mask. Because sometimes we just see what's right in front of us so we don't look behind that. And so definitely having conversations, we're teaching teachers, have conversations with your counselors, have conversations with your admin. Don't stew in your room if you feel like something wasn't done. Go have a conversation with someone so maybe you can get a better understanding of why the decision was made the way it was made. Because definitely we're not dealing, I was talking to a parent today, she's like, well, 25 years ago in Judson ISD, this would have never happened. True enough.
This not the same people you went to school with 25 years ago. We're dealing with different kids from a different time, and you have to take that into consideration. But one of the things that we realize that we have to continue to educate, we have to continue to develop, we have to continue to have conversations, and I will tell you that Kristen and my job is when we sit down with the principals that we're overseeing, if you have that high of a percentage, then we're talking about what is the plan to address this. Because if your teachers are feeling a certain way, then there must be something going on. Where there's smoke, there may be fire. So let's talk about what we can do about the culture and climate and the perceptions of your teachers on your campus.
Yeah, so like in the military, we used to call them sensing sessions, I think call it circle time sometimes, we used to call it too, which is maybe listening is the component that needs a little more emphasis in terms of, hey, team, first 5 minutes of a PLC or whatever that is, what do you think I should be doing that I'm not? Just asking them that question. Do you think I need to run down here with a ruler or handcuff? You know, what do you think we should be doing in order to maybe dispel some of those misperceptions?
Correct.
So, you know, when we see things that aren't going well, if we don't ask them why, because this is just a blanket question. They don't, you know, we don't get to see all what you think we should be doing, you know, whatever. This student should have been kicked out for 3 months. Well, we can't do that. Here's why. But in a teacher's mind, they're going to answer that on a question. And so it allows you to know what to educate them on once you listen. So, you know, maybe we can, you know, some of our admin teams could just add that to their list of things to listen more on, because I think it might be helpful to you guys if you know the source of maybe some of those
I would agree.
perceptions. And then maybe we can make everybody feel a little warmer and a little fuzzier. But yeah, there's only so much we can do, because yeah, discipline, children are not the same as they used to.
Ms. Ryan, there are a few keywords. May I, sir?
Yes, sir.
There are a
Yes,
few
ma'am.
things that were mentioned between diversity and equity and culture of the classroom and welcoming environments and professional development. And so something that I will be providing in the spring, including some of our teaching staff co-presenting. I think one of the things that we also need to address is the growth mindset surrounding even the term discipline. When we say discipline, those are the norms and practices that we use to respond to student behavior. Discipline is not what the kids are doing. Those are behaviors. And so we really have to define what that looks like. I know the RTI team is developing, which we talked about last school year, how to give teachers that autonomy to dictate how to respond with consequences. Consequences are the discipline, but the behaviors are the students showing us there's a need. And it is tied to academics heavily. So what is the need of the student, what is the need of the teacher, and how can they be autonomous in directing their classroom management? So all of those things, require, though, a shift in how we look at it, because I'm not gonna say how old I am tonight on this microphone, but it was very different. And so we do have to understand, I'm almost 30 years in the game. It's very different, but it also requires a shift in our thinking about how we respond to students. It's not simply you lose recess or you're going to ISS. It's not simply that. There's another need that we're not addressing. And so part of that PD series will be addressing how we think about it, because I think that's the first, it's called the great mind shift. So I just wanted to add that because I was feeling that.
Thank you.
Ms. Stanford.
And I was going to come to you, Dr. Johnson, because I had attended one of your several-day presentations several months ago, and we had talked about you maybe talking to teachers or having some kind of, is that moved forward at all?
It
Where
has.
you could have contact on a regular basis with teachers having issues so that they don't go to the DEP level? The DEP level?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I'm actually.
Where is that?
Well, so we are going to be providing PD. The other part of that, and I don't like to call it a committee, but I'm recruiting, like, I guess you can call them equity champions at campuses that could not only help provide the training, like they would be trainer of trainers, and then we would be able to have those meetings. So part of like the teacher task force, and that's usually for curriculum, but this would be an opportunity for teachers to share with us where they feel they need either coaching up or just strategies. And so you saw the professional development that had not just classroom management
Yeah,
strategies
yeah.
around proximity and
Right.
how you use some restorative practices as, really it's called cultural competency and how you address students, affective statements and things like that. But on the other side is the academics. How do you engage students in conversations where every single student can engage in classroom conversation rather than hitting someone with a pencil? So it really, there's a strong tie between the behaviors and the academic progress of students and them feeling confident in their classroom, persona. And changing that, giving them a reason to be confident in class, not being the class joker or whatever. I'm working with recruitment, and I have at least 7 campuses where I have someone who will be able to help me in that venture. But I'm trying to get all 30 campuses connected with me and then with each other so we can start having those conversations.
Good, because I look at what you're doing as a proactive approach.
Yes,
where
ma'am.
you're stopping it from going any further.
Yes, ma'am.
And I was wondering if that was progressing. So that's good to
Absolutely,
hear.
because
Good to hear.
it's co-mingled. There's preventative and intervention at the same time.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you.
Ms. Eaton?
On Thursdays, you all know, I work at Fort Sam National Cemetery, and there's a gentleman that works there. He substitutes in Northeast School District, and he and I were talking, and it's kind of what the training that you and Llewellyn were at, kind of centered around the basis of that same thing, changing the thought process. Because he happened to notice, he had a young lady in his class that every Monday and Tuesday was the days that she acted out, especially on Mondays. And he said he don't know what made him ask her this, but this one particular Monday, she was really cutting up, like she wanted to fight him. And he said he just turned around and asked her, "Are you hungry?" And she said, "Yes, I haven't had food all weekend." She had not eaten anything since lunch on Friday when she left. And that's what her problem was. She wasn't angry, she was hungry. So he gave her permission to go to the cafeteria and get a couple of sandwiches and come back. And he said, problem solved. Well, instead of getting angry and yelling at her and go to the office and go to the counselor, the girl just wanted some food. So a lot of that training is extremely beneficial. And I know that won't fix it all, but it was as simple as the girl wanted a sandwich, something.
Well, I think we're ready to move on to the next agenda item. Thank you very much.
Thank
again.
you.
The next one is letter E, discuss employee retention. Ms. Faulkner, this is your agenda item.
So if you look at the results, and we can, again, look at the report that we get once a month, can the cabinet just brief the board what has changed? Because we know now that this is a problem. It's a problem nationally, not just statewide. And obviously, I think in sitting here since August, I think we've realized that in order to fix this employee retention problem, we need to have the biggest, most beautiful, sparkly carrot there is to get the teachers who are looking at other districts. So if y'all could just brief us on what's changed.
I will start off, and then I'll hand it off to you, Dr. Taganoff. I'm not confident that a sparkly carrot's going to do it. Some people have made their mind up that, they're done. And there's no amount of sparkle to go on the carrot that's going to keep them.
I meant for for recruiting new ones.
I-
We have to have the best carrot.
I can tell you that I'm really trying to be politically correct here, but based on the level of support that you find at the state level for the profession of teaching right now, it's difficult. And the job is harder, and it's longer. So it's not as attractive as it used to be. People in education are working extremely hard. I would say, though, in terms of retention, retention can mean whether or not people are leaving due to dissatisfaction or whether people have just decided that, you know, I made it through COVID and I'm retirement eligible. And I can tell you that there is this bubble of people at a certain age that are coming to retirement age at the same time. And we have to actively recruit the younger generation to want to come into education. But it appears that a lot of their motivation is behind salary, and that's not something that we have a lot of discretion in at the district level. Having said all of that, when I looked at your item, it spoke about people's content at the campus and how that related to the turnover rate on that campus. And this is where I will turn it over to Dr. Taganoff and maybe the CNI or accountability department, because that's not always indicative of something wrong. Sometimes when you're moving people's cheese and improving things on campus, some people say, I'm used to it going a certain way, and they're ready to move out. And I think that's kind of what we saw in terms of our accountability report. So Dr. Taganoff?
Thank you, Dr. Fields. So based on the agenda item, there were several requests for data and some questions posed. So I did provide that for you all in the packet for you to see. The chart that you saw, well, we did discuss teacher turnover rate earlier. I know Ms. Davis had mentioned it. But the chart that you see in blue was some requested data that you wanted to discuss. And it's sorted by teacher turnover rate. The request was specifically for secondary schools, so that's why you only see that. And then just some other pieces of data that was requested. When Dr. Fields talked about, you know, changes in administration, changes and survey results, I also listed the participation percent of who actually took the survey, but it isn't always indicative of teachers leaving. There's many reasons why teachers leave, like that was mentioned. Some people are leaving the profession altogether. There may be new initiatives that are going on the campus, new administration. And so I just want to point out that the top 4 comprehensive secondary schools that have the highest teacher turnover rate are campuses with new principals. So that could be expected as a reason why. But what I want to point out to celebrate is that the top 2 campuses that have the highest teacher turnover rate, when we look at our preliminary overall accountability, there are some great celebrations that we need to look at there. The top campus with the highest turnover rate just got themselves exited out of comprehensive support designation for federal accountability, which is huge. And that means that they're focused in on certain and specific student groups in order to get out of that. And so that's some very intentional work and planning in instruction and supporting those students. So that is a lot of work. And and also that school went through an innovative grant for a redesign of their campus. And so when you are considering the turnover rate, new administration, new program, new kind of focus on academics, that could be a reason why some people would leave. And so it could be a contributing factor to a high turnover rate. The second highest turnover rate school also had new administration, but you could see in their preliminary overall results in accountability, they had big growth in domain 2 and pretty great growth in closing the gaps. And so I just wanted to point that out, that there are reasons, many reasons, why a campus would have a high turnover rate. We are taking into consideration those TASB survey results. They are discussed when Dr. Toppin and Dr. Saunders have the professional growth plan meetings with those principals, and they typically use some of that data to develop their growth goals for the year. And so the survey results are not being pushed aside, they're being addressed. I would like to mention, though, that this particular set of survey results we did not get when we typically would get them in the spring. We probably got them or found them or requested them from TASB just a few months ago. And so it is data that we're still kind of digging into, but also want to remind everyone about the big teacher survey that we had last year in the spring that focused specifically on retention. What strategies, besides money, would help teachers stay? And so we've developed teacher task forces. We convened one last year towards the end of the year, and we just convened another teacher task force this year. And they are giving us the real teacher input. One of the things on the survey talked about opportunities for voice. I just want to be heard. And so we are trying to create those opportunities through stakeholder meetings. We just had a teacher task force meeting a couple weeks ago where they gave some pretty viable input for our instructional calendar, and they will be receiving some drafts to give us more input. And so retaining teachers is always going to be a high priority. I think that it is important to listen to the teachers about what they need. And so I think that we are providing those opportunities. In addition, we are rejoining our teacher incentive allotment cohort, and they're going to meet with our task force coming up soon. So that is another incentive that we can provide that is monetary but also developed by our staff.
Before Dr. Saunders talks, I just mentioned the money aspect of education. I know, it never is, because nobody gets into education and nobody sticks around in education because they enjoy the pay. They do it because they just like teaching kids, and it's a passion for them. But one of the other things that we're doing at this time is working on the teacher incentive allotment, and I'd ask Dr. Saunders to speak to that.
And thanks for the segue. I appreciate it. So I want to say one thing before we jump into teacher incentive allotment. When you think about the shelf life of a turnaround principal, so this is a principal that comes into a campus that needs a refocused attention on curriculum and instruction. The shelf life is about 1 to 3 years because the work is hard. There's absolutely no reason why that shelf life would not translate to teachers. That's where the rubber meets the road. It's hard. Right? So when we think about the amount of work that it takes to come out of a comprehensive situation or out of improvement required, that is draining. That is draining on teachers. It's draining on the heart. It's draining on the mind. It's draining on all components. That's why I'm super excited about the teacher incentive allotment, because it has an opportunity for us to reward teachers other than that intrinsic motivation. And that's the state we're in, especially when you think about teachers who maybe are towards the latter part of their career and they're looking at, okay, is this salary, is TRS, are these pieces sustainable? Like, I've been doing the work for 25 years. Am I in a position? So I think the teacher incentive allotments gives us an opportunity to really focus in on the good work that is happening and rewarding other than just that continual pat on the back. Also, if we're going to be incredibly honest, the surrounding districts are engaging in it as well. So we would be remiss if we didn't do the same thing for Judson ISD.
I just want to say thank you. I know y'all worked on the new format. It's nice. It's nice. It's nice to get two different, I know we talked about it, but it's nice to get one with detail and one not. So thank you for that information.
Well, before we proceed, are there any other questions? No? All right, well, thank you. Thank you all for your presentation. Appreciate that. So, Dr. Fields, the next agenda item is actually Policy Update 122.
Yes, sir.
Affecting, it's a local policy, it's first reading. Talk to us.
Right. Typically, the TEA, or TASB, sends us a group of different policies that they want us to look at with recommended changes. This is the first read. We've turned that over to you, so if there's something in there that you would like to see changed or articulated a different way, we'd ask that when we come back, you give us feedback on that. But the first read is typically for you to look over and give us any feedback that you may have. And feel free to communicate that directly to Betty Holmes, and she's the one who usually gives it to the cabinet member associated with it, and then we make the changes before we come back.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am, any questions?
Ms. Ryan?
Yes, I think I had emailed you all. Where's all the legal updates? Because there were about 110 policy letters in update 122 that we have to pass the legal change, the changes to the legal policies. Brandon has his website.
Sorry, ma'am. We have to accept the legal policies as is. We're legally mandated to accept those and abide by those. It's the local policies that we have input, we can change and suit our needs for our district.
Okay, if we could check with policy services, because I think we still have to present them to the board in motion and pass even changes to legal ones. So if we could just double check that, I want to make sure if they're supposed to be
Okay.
passed, that we, and then we make sure we get them published, because there were a lot of legislative changes that changed a lot.
We typically, yes, ma'am, we typically update all of the legal ones, but we can see whether or not.
Oh, so
we
are all
have
the
to.
legals already on our website then, if we don't have to?
Not already on.
They're not
Oh.
until we pass the locals and they upload everything at one time.
Okay.
However, we do not get markups of the legals. We just read the itemization of what changes are being put forward.
Okay, thanks.
Ms. Stanford?
Just looking at my questions, I think I'll just hold them and get answers to them with Dr. Fields,
Yes, ma'am,
really needed right now.
thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, next agenda item is the policy update, local affecting EIC, first reading as well. Dr. Fields?
Yes, sir. This is EIC local as it pertains to students retaking classes and how that credit applies. I would ask Dr. Gosh to speak briefly to this, but we put it in here under discussion just so we could talk about it this time, and then if you have any feedback for Dr. Gosh before we go into the approval, just like we would on 122, we'd ask that you give it directly to her so she can make the changes. Yes, ma'am.
So the changes that we're proposing actually is more or less for clarification. So whenever students take courses and they fail a course, they retake the course. The district's practice all along has been to incorporate every attempt that the student did into their GPA related to their ranking. It was stated that way, but the way that it was put in there, it read as if we only accepted the original grade in the GPA format, and we actually incorporate all of the grades. Now, the clarification I will make to that, we moved it up to where it says the failing grades. At the top, we moved the sentence out of the lower section and put it up by the failing grades to clarify that courses taken more than once related to the calculation of failing grades would include all attempts. And we removed the section down below where it talks about the classification of class rank. It is possible for students to take a course more than once, even if they don't fail it, except that if they take it the second time, they've already received the credit, so therefore it becomes a local credit. And you'll notice that courses taken for local credits are excluded from being able to be counted a second time in the class rank area. And so the wording here is to clarify that the courses taken more than once related to failing grades, all of the grades are calculated in their class rank, whereas courses otherwise fall into the other categories. And that's the common practice that we've always had, and we wanted to make sure that that was clear as to how class rank and the GPAs were calculated, and not to provide any confusion.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Ryan, looks like you have a question.
I did, but I think Dr. Gosh already answered it, because I was trying to figure out how a bunch of seniors trying to manipulate salutatorian and valedictorian, they're like, I'm going back and taking honors English 1 with Coach Allen, because I know I can get 100 and they get a 1.1 multiplier on it. I was trying to figure out what was gonna prevent them from, not that kids would do that, but I mean, sometimes it's very heated, and this involves money and things too, because like, this is automatic admission to UT, automatic admission to A&M, so like weighted GPAs, I wouldn't put it past one student looking for a way to get their, weighted GPA or class rank up 1. But if the local credit that's the thing that prevents that from happening. So,
Correct.
all right, so I'm
Correct.
good.
Yes,
then.
local
I
credits
understand
are never
there's
counted.
Something else in place, so.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and move board member request up before we update for board training. So I'm going to go ahead and open it up for board request. This item I placed on the agenda because there were requests from board members for reports, and per our board operating procedure, new reports need to come to the board for consensus and discussion. And this is the opportunity to, as we go forward, where a board member can request a new report if there's something that is on their mind and they want to go ahead and present it. But there were a couple of reports that Ms. Ryan had on her previous agenda items that I want to make sure that we address and that we give the opportunity for her to bring them forward. So I'll hear from feedback first before we move forward. Ms. Stanford, go right ahead.
Yeah, this is also the place in the agenda, I thought, where board members could remind me of things they might have asked for during the meeting, because I'm trying to take notes of that. I didn't catch anything this meeting so far. So this is where you could remind me of something that you asked for to see in another meeting or asked to receive at some other point in time. Then I'm going to keep a list of those things, and then I turn them over to Dr. Fields to show in Friday notes. So this is also a moment for any of you to just remind me of something you might have asked for during this meeting.
And that's obviously because in the past, we've had requests, and sometimes we forget, and it's just another way to help the board get the information that they're seeking.
Yeah, so that,
Okay.
I don't know, I've never seen that list. But anyway, I'm keeping a list, so.
Well, very good. Now, Ms. Rodriguez?
Yes, this is a question first, and then it might result in a request. So I know when we developed the monitoring calendar, like almost maybe 2 years ago at this point, that was before the state changed when they released STAR testing scores, and now the TAPER report comes out much later. So I was wondering if it makes sense for the administration to update the monitoring calendar and bring like an updated proposal to the board. I also recognize that the number of working days between now and our next board meeting are very limited. And so I think my follow-up question would be, if you think that's a good idea, would it make sense for that to be maybe in February or something like that rather than a January request?
I'd ask it be a February request.
Okay.
That way I have some time to look into it. But we have no problem with updating.
Okay, and hopefully it's not like it's just moving the things around a little bit to a timeline that aligns to when we actually get things. But I want to make sure, I think my biggest reason for asking for it is that it feels like this particular agenda didn't really have very much that was focused on student outcomes. There are things that are like tangentially associated with that, but want to make sure we're staying focused on that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate that.
Ms. Eaton?
I have a question of this teacher right here, and I apologize for pointing at you. The blanket, the quilt. Yes. She's turning around. The quilt that you bought in.
No, that's not.
No,
That's
she
not
left.
her?
No, ma'am. Yes.
She's not here?
No.
Okay, Dr. Fields.
Yes, ma'am.
I would love for her to come back next time we meet to explain that quilt, because that is beautiful. And when I saw all the different languages on there, it blew me away. That there's about 18 to 20 different languages on there. And they have, the kids are allowed to write in English and in their native tongue. And so I would love if we could invite her back to explain it to everyone what it is and why they did it.
Yes, ma'am. If the board would love to see that, I'll make sure that we have her come
Please.
back. Is that a request
I
of the board?
wonder if maybe, if she's not somebody who typically comes to a board meeting, if she could provide that in writing, and then it could go out in the Friday notes, maybe. I'm super curious as well, Ms. Eaton.
But did you see it?
I didn't, but I don't want to burden her with coming to making a board presentation if,
Well,
but-
if we could just get the blanket back, and, because you have to see it in order
A
to
photograph, maybe,
understand
yeah.
what it's a quilt. The kids made a quilt. And the purpose of the quilt was for them to share their experiences with being in an American school now. And it's 18 to 20 different languages on it. So it's really cool. So if nothing else, if we could just get the quilt back here with an explanation of what it entails, then that'll be fine.
I think I agree with Ms. Rodriguez. Friday notes is a good
Friday
place.
Notes is not gonna, oh, there's the quilt. Thank you. Because I want the community to see it, so they can see the type of things that our teachers are doing and the effort that they put into making sure that all our students have the same experience. So I would encourage you all to look at this before you leave. And really, it's awesome. It is awesome. At least it's awesome to me.
So Ms. Brill explained it to me, and this is from the newcomers class at Judson High School.
Yes,
And she has 18 students in there, all from different countries of origin.
yes.
And some of them have never been in school anywhere, even
Yeah.
in their home
There's a
country.
16-year-old girl on there that had never been in school, period.
And so they were able to write in various ways. The quilts, the quilt blocks that are pure white are students who've been here longer.
Yes.
And then the other ones are from students who are much more in the newcomer stage. And they're just sharing their experiences of moving to a new country and learning English. And they're doing really well. There's one little girl who loved taking tests.
Yes, yeah.
I'm like, oh, we could tell
But
you.
when I read that, it kind of blew me away, but. yeah.
And kudos to the teacher
Yeah.
who doesn't speak any of those languages and yet is being extremely effective as an ESL teacher.
Well, thank you. And we could look at Friday notes and even maybe social media, but you can do all that just to kind of update our community. You can remove
I can
that.
tell you it'll be in the next superintendent report.
Social media. Social media as well. So,
Well, it'll be in the next.
and by definition, that is a board member request, so it does fall within the request, Ms. Eden. So then the other item, yes. The other item is related to Ms. Ryan. So, Ms. Ryan, are you going to talk about your request? Because I was going to mention, no, I was going to mention it too, is what the deal. But I'll go ahead and defer to you and go right ahead.
I'm assuming this is the agenda item I submitted last month, and it didn't end up on the agenda. It didn't end up on here this month either. I guess maybe we need clarification of what a new report is. Because not every board member request needs board approval, only new reports. So like if I ask for a 10-year longitudinal study of the length of the grass at Veterans' football stadium, like, that's a new report.
Yeah,
Like-
please don't ask for that.
Like, the maintenance department does not have
You can
that,
ask for
like,
it.
on their
You can
computer
ask
type
for it.
thing. So, like, that would be a new report, because anything that would be considered
Exactly.
information documents or records, not a new report, that doesn't require board approval at all. So there's any information related to the district or documents from the district or records from the district, any board member can request that at any time, and that does not require board approval, so. Maybe if the superintendent gets something he feels is a new report, then if you can identify that, and then we may have to discuss the definition.
The way that I see new, and you can confirm if I'm right or wrong, Dr. Fields, my interpretation of new is if we don't have an existing report for 10 years of how the grass is growing, then we're developing a new report. If we have a current report already that exists,
Yes.
we can provide it. So that would be, in my mind, a request that would be considered new. But the other part of it that may not be stated, and when we redo our board operating procedures, if it's not clear, it's also if it's timely. Because sometimes administration is saying this new report takes a lot of time. So we're going to also add into the fact that if it's a very time-consuming report, that we're respectful of administration's time, because we're tasking them with a lot of day-to-day operational stuff, and then these reports take time. So we need to give them the opportunity to address that. And then, of course, cost, because time is money. Their daily rate, there's a cost to that. So we're just trying to develop a respectful way to make the request so that it is genuinely something the entire board wants to hear. And so it gives administration the opportunity to say, this is how much it might cost us in time, and then we can kind of then say, well, what do we really want, if there's something that we can kind of modify in the request? And the example that I have, because you're right, you had two of them recently that I want to make sure that we address with the,
Can I speak before you move on to your example?
go right ahead.
It's not a feeling. It's we either have the report or we don't. And if we don't have the report, then we're making it up. I would also say that it's not just about pushing print on some of these things. It's about pulling people in and them having to work on it. One of the requests that you asked for required the consensus of all of the principals in the district to come back for 3 days and work on the actual document. So when you culminate all of those salaries, and you can speak with Dr. Saunders, because she's the one who orchestrated it, and Dr. Toppin to get that out. So some of these things take a lot. I would also say, that's why I encourage you guys to go back to your board operating procedures and find out how we're going to operate going forward. Because in there it says that if it's something created, then it is supposed to be a request from the board, not from an individual. So if we're going to change that, I would ask that we put that in the board operating procedures. I'm willing to move forward however you guys say collectively you want us to move forward. I just want it to be a collective decision on how we do that.
Understood. And so we want to actually work to make sure that board member requests are honored. That's the other part of it. We want to make sure that we get the information. And I think we understand the fact that things might be timely if we have to make a new report. So back to the request, because now we're talking about some of the requests. And so the one that Ms. Ryan had asked was regarding the playgrounds. I know we talked about it today on the agenda item, but the initial request was, I'll read it verbatim just so it's on record, Ms. Ryan, you correct me, but please present a plan to the board how to execute projects, I guess, related to the playground, mechanisms to establish playground standards across the districts in terms of covering, ground material, equipment type, ratio, AKA one swing for number of students, preferably with campus and parent input, mechanisms to evaluate existing facilities, timeline to brief the board on preliminary priorities and plans. The goal should be at a minimum. Our most desire is to have renovations complete next summer in preparation for next school year. So all of this is good information, but it's not going to take a minute to do this assessment. It's going to take time. So before administration puts resources towards this project, is this something that the entire board wants to see? And do we want to move forward with it? And if there are questions about it, and that's where I said, can we modify the request? If not, and so forth. So
Well, yeah, I figured the board already approved it on the bond, so, I mean, if we're gonna unapprove that on the bond, I guess that's a different thing. But, I mean, this isn't a new report, this is an agenda item so that we can, take action and move forward on projects. So, I guess that's different than, again, a longitudinal report of the, that requires data. But
Well,
that's fine, if we don't wanna do playgrounds and that's what,
I'll-
that's what we wanna send the public.
I will defer to Dr. Fields in terms of the time. It's not that we don't want, it's just the time to put it into this report based on your request. So, Dr. Fields, do you have any input in regards to what time this would look like? Or is this a new report for one? Is it officially a new report?
This would be a new report
Okay.
that we would have to. I would also say that, point of clarification, it's not that we don't want to do playgrounds. We are going to do the upgrade on the playgrounds based on what was in the bond. That's something that we're going to look for an architect to design how we do that going forward. We're in the process of doing that. We just talked about it. And we've identified the areas. They're actually going around to the campuses now. Once we get a comprehensive design on what that's going to look like, we'll come back to the board and let them know. But there's no reason for us to sit down and make establishments on how that's going to be before we bring in an architect and find out exactly what we can do for what we have allotted, or get with our facilities department and say, what did you have in mind when we put this on the bond agenda in the first place? So I would just ask that you give us some time. As we reported out earlier, we're working on that now. Ms. Ryan.
And it felt like Mr. Moore's explanation was completely reasonable. They're going around and looking, they're looking at the old facility audit, they're looking at the budget, so it sounds like he is in phase one, and that was explanation, seemed to be explained pretty well. So I was very satisfied with your answer, that we're starting to move on it, and we're in phase 0, which is pulling all the stuff together and going around and looking at all the swings and the slides.
Well, there's several different ways that we can approach this. We can get an architect to come in and make a design on how it's going to work, or we could come up with our own design based on our own facilities department, looking at it, saying, hey, these are the upgrades we want at each of these campuses on the playground, and this is how we want it to look, this is how much it'll cost. Now we get our maintenance department to be responsible for setting that up at each of the particular campuses, which may save us money in terms of having a construction company do it, if they can do it themselves. I know that we did that when we put up what's the overhang, to cover it, the canopies over each of the playgrounds. So there's several different ways that we can approach it. I would just ask that you give us a time to come up with a plan. And we'll move forward as we come up with the plan on each of the projects. But if we're in the process of putting a project or several projects together, and then we're asked about one that we haven't gotten to yet, then it takes us away from being able to complete those projects we're trying to work on. Again, all I'm asking is that if it's a board request, then we will stop what we're doing and get that to the board. But if it's an individual request, I'd ask that you allow us to work through the bond and get this stuff done.
Ms. Ryan, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, I think this is just all about communication. I thought we had resolved all this, like this one I thought was resolved this week. I had talked to Ms. Davis about it, and Mr. Moore's about that Mr. Moore was gonna talk through this, and I felt very happy that that's what y'all were gonna present today. So I didn't give y'all a hard time for not having some 47 slideshow on how we're gonna put in playgrounds. So I am a very reasonable person when we all sit and talk to each other as human beings. So I was happy with how you all addressed this agenda item today. So I'm glad
Thank you.
that y'all are working on it.
Thank you.
I'm happy.
Thank you.
Well, and just obviously to understand communication here, I don't have the privilege of that communication. So when I get the agenda item as board president, that's the agenda item. And of course, when we talk to Dr. Fields, so we just need to, circle around. But it's still brought up a good point to make sure that no board member requests are ignored or not adhered to, and that we're discussing it. So it's going to be a practice that we do for a little while, just to make sure that we are indeed getting all the information that we need and request. So,
Yeah, no, definitely. I think if Dr. Fields gives me a call and he's like, hey, this is gonna take me, weeks and hours, and yeah, if we don't come to a happy resolution on how to move forward on stuff, then hey, let's bring it to the board and be like, hey, is this the direction
I have no
we wanna
problem.
go? So, yeah, we
I have no
can
problem.
come to a resolution, then yeah, this is definitely the forum. But I didn't know this one was a challenge. No one had called me that this was a problem, so.
Ms. Faulkner, I know I have you, but Ms. Davis wanted to speak. Do you want to wait, or is your question?
No, I was just saying, I was just thinking, the way it was presented tonight, I would prefer for it to continue if something, as part of the bond construction, if there's something new, bring it to us. And I think it's a good place for it to fall, so that we can all, it makes it accountable because it's being done in the public. If it's in Friday notes, it's just us. But if playgrounds are something that are of concern, and I know they are, then the more we can have, an update with bonds and construction, the better. That's just my 2 cents.
Thank you, Ms. Faulkner. Ms. Davis?
I just wanted to add, because this playground request goes through my department, the way the requests sometimes are stated might give we want to make sure that we provide all of the information to the board. When I looked at the requests, I don't think that I would have had enough time to sit together with the team and be able to execute the plan as requested. And so sometimes I know, and then, in our conversation that we had in the Bond Oversight Committee, we just want to make sure, I want to follow Dr. Fields' recommendation, We try to respond to all of the requests in a timely manner. Some of them are a little bit too much to be able to respond within the next 24 hours. But we don't want to seem like we're not responding. It's just that in this case, we were just going to start the site visits. In fact, we won't conclude the site visits until January, February. We'll be able to put together that plan, but it's not immediate. And we just don't want to seem unresponsive to that. But we also want to be realistic without having to pull the entire facilities team from actually conducting the site visits, if that makes sense.
So can I ask a question? Since he's already doing it, y'all gonna duplicate work?
Well, when you say that since he's already doing it, what he brought tonight in terms of how we plan to move forward was based on Ms. Ryan's request for where are we at on that. And we were intending to move forward on the playgrounds.
Okay,
and
so
the-
now.
And the sports
Dr.
floor.
Davis still have to go out and do the same thing over?
Well, what we're saying is that Ms. Ryan said she's content with the presentation that we had this evening, which is great. I would say that the presentation that we gave this evening is different from what was originally requested.
Okay.
So
I'm
if
good.
we
I'm
have the
good.
discretion on how to bring that information back,
Yes.
that's what we're asking. When we have specifics of we need this, this, and this, well, then we're gonna go try and get that for you.
Okay.
But we're saying that,
Thank you.
yes, ma'am.
Well,
I really don't want to know how many swings on the playground.
Well, I just, again, want to be respectful for board member request, but also want to be respectful to administration and their workload. So this is obviously the first attempt to do that. In the future, we'll obviously have other requests that we may come about. So if there's no other discussion on this, I'm ready to move on. Well, let's go ahead and then talk about updates on board training, conferences, events, and board committee updates. And I'll start on your end, Ms. Canoyer.
Thank you. There's been a lot of stuff going on, and I'll just highlight a couple of things that I attended that were highlightable. I attended Candlewood Elementary's National Elementary Honor Society induction, and they're bringing that program back to Candlewood, which I really love. So we have a teacher over there who stepped up and is being the sponsor. It was a very lovely ceremony. I attended the Judson High School athletics signing this week, and we have 4 students who are committing to universities to play football, soccer, and softball, and that makes me feel very proud. I went to the Veterans Memorial High School Fine Arts Extravaganza last night. Amazing. We have such talented students and our fine arts directors at the campus, all campuses, that's the one I happened to attend because there was something every night this week, are doing such a good job of encouraging the talent and bringing our students out to perform at their very best. I also made a brief visit at the FFA Holiday Market, picked up a beautiful poinsettia. There were some vendors there. I know that they're going to continue to grow that program and get more people out. So I hope everybody will watch for that next year and go support our wonderful FFA. Oh, and I also plan to attend governance camp in Galveston. I don't think I've emailed you that yet, but I will.
Thank you. Ms. Rodriguez?
Yes, I'm not nearly as busy as Ms. Canoyer on the events. I always feel like such a slacker going after her. But I attended the audit committee meeting, and I attended the fall PBL showcase at JSTEM Academy, and got to see a lot of the students' presentations, which were really great.
Thank you. Ms. Faulkner?
I also attended the National Honor Society induction and the market at the ag farm, which was really fun. I got to see the only steer in the program. He's, it's not Donatello. Anyway, he's very stubborn. It was very wet and muddy and smelly. So, just like old days. But one of the highlights was the first ever Special Olympics cornhole tournament at Metzger. That was amazing, amazing. Let's see, what else? I went to band concerts, literacy night. We had our first town hall meeting. There was so much stuff, it's a blur. everything. I've been to at least 2 things every evening, so it's been a lot of fun, just popping in. In my neighborhood, my 5 are right there. Like, if I can get off of Ackerman where the construction is, I can get anywhere in 3 minutes. And so it's, yeah, and Winterfest at Kirby Middle School was pretty cool. I did Hopkins Holiday House, that was pretty intriguing. I bought a nice John Wayne t-shirt there. So, John Wayne, yes, John Wayne. John Wayne, yes. There's just a lot of cool things happening, and I love the invitations. So it was really nice, like I said, getting to go and meet the only steer in the ag program, because the day before, the young lady and her mom had requested to sit down with me about the ag program. So I said, well, you know what, I'll just come and see it. And so I got to see it firsthand. It was really cool, really cool.
Thank you, Ms. Faulkner. Ms. Ryan?
Yeah, it's almost 9:30 at night, so I have no idea where I've been the last month. I guess I'll pick my one highlight. Dr. Fields and I got to go to the Valero Alamo Bowl Student Athlete Scholarship Luncheon this week, and it was so exciting that 5 of our Judson ISD student athletes were recognized. We were one of veterans, and Wagner were one of only a couple of high schools that had 2 athletes. So shout out to veterans and Wagner, and then Judson had 1 student also. But to hear the resumes of all the students that were in that room, and sports are very near and dear to my heart, and those athletes who can then keep their grades up to that level, and show that you can excel in so many things in your life, and you really can do it all. Huge shout out to our athletics program and those coaches that really instill that sense of being a student athlete in those kids, and super proud of them. And they get to go to the Alamo Bowl, and they're going to get recognized on the field. $7,500 scholarship, $1.2 million in scholarships being given away this year. So I won't release the names. I'm going to let Dr. Tagenall, who's working on the social media post of it, so you'll be able to see some pictures and video of that event. But it was just inspiring to see how awesome our Judson ISD kids are. So,
Ms. Stanford?
Gone to several events at different schools. There was a social media presentation at Copperfield that Ms. Garcia put on. It was very good. Also, a couple holiday events at Converse Elementary and Eloff Elementary. And then at Veterans Memorial, they had a group of students that were putting together blankets for Animal Defense League. So I went by there just to donate a blanket, and that room was full of kids. I thought there might be a handful, but it was wall-to-wall kids, all working diligently to tie blankets together to make them double thickness, to donate to homeless dogs. And I was so impressed. I got a few pictures of that. We had our first town hall from the Community Outreach Committee, and I thought it was very good for a first event, and thank you again to Ms. Garcia, because she put on the presentation to give the community information about bullying. I asked what the next topic of interest might be, and 100% of the people that responded want discipline. So you guessed it right, Dr. Fields. So we'll be preparing for that. Then I have to mention last month, me and Ms. Ryan and Ms. Faulkner visited several elementary schools, one of which was Escondido, and we were able to experience a real lockdown. We got stuck there right when the bell was ringing, so we got to experience it. Well, you haven't lived till you have been through a lockdown. So that's all mine.
Well, thank you. Ms. Eaton?
I had a lot of fun and did a lot of different things, and honestly, it's a blur. It's a blur. Most of it had to do with the food bank, I can tell you that.
Thank you. Ms. Faulkner and Ms. Stanford left out the best. They went to the Bexar County School Board Coalition social yesterday, and we had a chance to talk to, I think, 15 other colleagues from other districts, so that's always nice. But I myself have been around my district. I'm real proud of where everyone has gone, because this board, as I said, is going to be present. It's going to be out there and connected to our community, which is very important. I myself in my district went to Copperfield's Christmas function, Elof, Converse. The only one that's on the bad list is Spring Meadows. They did not send me an invitation, but I'll go visit them anyway. But just really out there, just visiting our campuses and connecting with our community. So a lot more, again, attended the Copperfield social emotional event, Ms. Garcia said, the town hall as well. So really just been active, and it's been great to be out in the community, and a lot more to come. So at that, I think that's it for that. We're going to, the board will now adjourn into closed session pursuant to following sections of the Texas Open Meeting Act. Pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.074, discussion of personnel, the personnel report updates, including new hires, resignations, and administrative appointments. Assistant Soup of Operations, Woodlake Hills Middle School Principal, and Coronado Village Elementary School Principal. Letter B, pursuant to Texas Education Code 551076, discussion of regarding intruder detection, security audit, and security devices. If you guys could keep it down. And then last, pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.074, discussion regarding board member duties, roles, and responsibilities. The time is now 9:35. The board will now reconvene in open session. The time is now 10:30. No final action, decision, or vote was taken while the board was in closed session. Now, our only closed session item is to approve the personnel report as discussed in closed session. I move that we approve the personnel report as discussed in closed session.
Second?
Let's go ahead and vote, please. Motion passes. Dr. Fields, if you want to make some announcements.
Yes, sir. The new principal for Coronado Elementary will be Dr. Martinez from the current assistant principal over at Candlewood. And then the new assistant superintendent of operations will be Mr. Dan Brooks, the former principal from Woodlake Hills Middle School. And that's it. Thank you.
There being no further business, let's get ready for the holidays, and the meeting is adjourned.